Chapter 1555. Phew, this is so satisfying. In the sky, two silhouettes flew past quickly and landed on a mountain. The Skirich Dominator was very excited. This was the happiest day of his life. He had never felt so good before. Ever since the Windcloud clan destroyed his clan and made it a thing of the past, the Skirich Dominator had always wanted revenge. Unfortunately, he could only kill some unimportant people. He had finally reached the Dominator realm, but he was hunted down by the Windcloud clan. His days were very sullen. Ever since he met Tion, he finally had a place to vent the pent-up anger in his heart. As long as the Windcloud clan was unhappy, the Skirich Dominator would be happy. These days, the Skirich Dominator did not know how many deity roots they had plundered. There were at least a dozen, and they were all quite famous. The Skirich Dominator believed that as long as the Windcloud clan's elites were left alone, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked. He believed that this day would come soon, and he would be able to vent his anger again. Brother Tion, there shouldn't be any clan or sect that we can deal with within a radius of tens of billions of miles. Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged on a boulder. These days of plundering, his divinity points had broken through rapidly and kept increasing. From the previous 100,000 divinity points, it had broken through 300,000 divinity points and was rushing towards 400,000 divinity points. This was much faster than Lin Fei working himself to death. Lin Fei felt that it was still not enough. Let's find a place to rest. We've plundered so many deity roots. I believe most of their troops have already moved out. If we continue to wander around, we might run into them soon. Lin Fei said, the Windcloud clan might have already come out to look for us. They might run into us soon. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I also think that we should rest for a while. The Skirich Dominator did not understand what he meant. It looked like they were safe now, but they might run into danger in the next moment. When that time came, they would run into at least a 7-star Dominator. Then let's change places. Lin Fei and the Skirich Dominator got up and left. They flew all the way away from this area, changing directions several times along the way. Finally, they hid in a mountain range, opened a cave abode, and set up layers of formations. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. The clans and sects that were robbed were enraged when they heard that their god roots had been stolen, especially when the culprits were the Windcloud clan. It was like a slap to their faces. This anger must be vented. The clan began to arrange for the 7-star dominators of the clan to form teams of 3 to search for the members of the Windcloud clan. They wanted to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Only then did they realize that the Windcloud clan had not only robbed them. They had even robbed quite a number of famous clans in the territory. Once they heard about this, everyone set aside whatever they were doing and prepared to find trouble with the Windcloud clan. They died here. Feng Yun Shaxing had brought 3 7-star rulers and 10 6-star rulers to search for someone. Since they dared to provoke the Windcloud clan, they had to be taught a harsh lesson. Feng Yun Shaxing's thinking was very simple. Anyone who dared to make a move against their people and snatch away their young master's important deity root was definitely an enemy clan within the weave or an enemy from the nearby weaves. The growth of a clan involved many benefits. Moreover, the growth of a clan was achieved by stepping on countless other clans, so the competition was very intense. In the Netherworld weave, no one dared to make a move openly. However, in a place like the Divine General Platform, as long as it was done cleanly, no one would know who did it. Feng Yun Shaxing found the place where the incident happened. Space-time reversal. Feng Yun Shaxing immediately took out a treasure. It was a mirror-like treasure with a resounding name, the reflective mirror. It could be used for playback. This kind of space-time reversal could only be performed by an 8-star ruler. Space-time in the area in front of Feng Yun Shaxing began to reverse. Wave after wave of scenes began to appear, from people appearing at the beginning to days and nights. After a moment, the scene from that day replayed. I know this person. He's the Skirich ruler, the one the clan is after. A 6-star ruler spoke up. He recently killed quite a number of our Windcloud clan disciples, and quite a few of them had great potential. The Skirich ruler was heavily injured. The scenes replayed one after another. Next, it was the scene of Feng Yun and Xiao Feng being ambushed and killed. What a brilliant concealment technique. It's actually unaffected by the time Dao. Feng Yun Shaoxing was expressionless, but his killing intent intensified. The 6-star rulers and 7-star rulers behind him felt the pressure, but they could not say it out loud. They could only endure it. This person deserves to die. The Skirich ruler deserves to die too. Feng Yun Shaoxing put away his treasure. It was fine as long as he knew who did it. When he used spacetime reversal, his subordinates had already recorded the two of them. They would chase them to the ends of the earth. They went to the east. Let's chase them. Feng Yun Shaoxing determined the direction and flew out. The rulers behind him followed one after another. Half a day later, Feng Yun Shaoxing encountered a group of people. The two 7-star rulers in the lead attacked them the moment they heard that they were from the Windcloud clan. Several of the Windcloud clan's 6-star rulers died. Windcloud clan, you killed someone from the Wu family. Today, you will pay with your blood. The Wu family's 7-star rulers attacked wildly. Whooshed, a resplendent firework exploded in the sky. It was the Wu family's transmission signal. Kill them. Feng Yun Shaoxing had just found the person behind the scenes. Although he did not know the background of the black-robed man, it did not matter. When the time came, someone would naturally kill him. However, someone attacked them at this time, and the reason was ridiculous. In his opinion, they were just two 7-star rulers. If they were killed, then so be it. The Windcloud clan was not that easy to bully. The Wu family's people immediately rushed over after receiving the message. They joined the battle without saying a word. Only a few of the people brought by Feng Yun Shaoxing were left. This time, Feng Yun Shaoxing was finally angered. Once he used his 8-star ruler strength, he crushed everything in his way and killed all the enemies. This was not the end. Lin Fei did not know that Feng Yun Shaoxing did not explain and started killing just because of his killing intent. This caused an endless battle. Now, Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. With more than 300,000 divinity points, Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. A God-tier saber technique was not enough. Although his attack was strong, it was still not enough. It was still difficult to face a 7-star ruler head-on. Lin Fei set his sights on a God-tier cultivation technique. Previously, he did not have enough divinity points, so he could only endure it. Now, he no longer needed to endure. In any case, he had to exchange for 1 or 2 God-tier cultivation technique. What cultivation technique should I learn this time? Chapter 1556. The first time he entered the God Pavilion, Lin Fei had just broken through 100,000 divinity points. This time, Lin Fei's divinity points were almost 400,000. This increase was very fast. 400,000 divinity points was just the beginning, and it would soon break through 500,000, 1 million, or even more. This was not a dream, but an inevitable thing. For example, recently, Lin Fei had gained at least 200,000 divinity points. Lin Fei believed that as long as he had a few more God-tier cultivation techniques, his harvest would be even greater. As for refining the God root, forget it. The system could learn God-tier cultivation techniques, but it would just consume divinity points. There was a big difference between refining and not refining. I am now a 5-star dominator, and I still need some time to reach 6-star dominator. To deal with powerful dominators, the God-tier cultivation technique 1 blade slash is not bad, but black is not enough. I need a supplementary cultivation technique. Killing 7-star dominators is already my limit. I need to find a cultivation technique that can conceal me. It can avoid the search of 8-star dominators and 9 stars dominators. Coupled with the one-blade/cultivation technique, I believe it will be much easier to deal with them. After thinking it through, Lin Fei had a choice. In the meantime, he also asked the little devil, but the little devil said that it was his own choice. Forget it, it was the same as not saying anything. Lin Fei went to the place with special cultivation techniques and prepared to choose one related to concealment. This was the only shortcut he could take at the moment. If he was not afraid of bringing out the battle fortress, Lin Fei was willing to bring it out. At that time, no matter who it was, as long as they made him unhappy, he would blast them. With the divine servant's reminder, Lin Fei did not dare to bring out the battle fortress. From the moment he entered the space of the divine general platform, Lin Fei felt that this space was extraordinary and hid unknown secrets. The matter of the battle fortress would spread soon. Lin Fei would face them sooner or later, so he had to improve his strength. Learning a God-tier cultivation technique was a must. Cultivation technique, stealth, can sneak in the dark, requires 10,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, unfettered escape, unfettered breeze, escapes billions of miles in one go, requires 50,000 divinity points to exchange. God-tier cultivation technique, one flash away. There were many special concealment techniques. It was several times stronger than Lin Fei's current movement technique. Along the way, Lin Fei was not satisfied with anything. It was not that there were flaws in this area, but there were flaws in that area. Overall, he was not satisfied. After looking through a few hundred jade slips, Lin Fei was a little anxious. Could it be that he couldn't find a concealment technique? Search again. After flipping through the first jade slip, Lin Fei's heart sank. God-tier art, void concealment art. At this moment, a God-tier cultivation technique entered Lin Fei's vision. He first looked at the price. It required 180,000 divinity points. It wasn't cheap. Look again. Activating the void stealth technique required the support of divine power. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. It actually needs the support of divine power. I don't even have a trace of divine power on me. I was happy for nothing. The void stealth technique was the most suitable technique that Lin Fei had seen so far. He did not know what grade this technique was. The only thing he knew was that once this technique was activated, it would not leave any fluctuations and no traces could be found. Even 8 stars and 9 stars rulers might not be able to find his traces. Since he needed divine power, he stopped Lin Fei. Little devil, come out. Can divinity points be used as divine power? For some reason, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. He summoned the little devil and asked about this matter. The little devil put her hands on her hips and said, "I thought you would only ask about this when I finally couldn't hold it in anymore." Why did this expression look so despicable? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. You said it can be used? Divinity points themselves are a special existence. They can also be transformed into divine power. When used in conjunction with divine power to activate techniques, the power will suddenly increase. Do you think that divinity points are simply used to exchange for techniques and equipment? The little devil laughed happily. It was not easy to see Lin Fei being defeated. Lin Fei stomped his feet on the spot. Why didn't you say so earlier? As for whether divinity points could be used as an energy source, Lin Fei had always had this idea, but he had never put it into practice. I can't say that. You can only say that you didn't look carefully. The little devil said. If you don't believe me, you can open the technique page. There is a note at the end. Lin Fei immediately opened one of the pages where the system was located. As soon as he saw it, his face fell. God-tier technique, one blade / great success realm. Can be activated using divinity points. Each activation will consume 100 divinity points. There is no limit to the number of times. Seeing this, Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. If he had known this earlier, he would not have been so careful. It was just 100 divinity points. It was not like he could not afford it. Undoubtedly, this time, Lin Fei did not look carefully. Now you know. The god floor quietened down again, and the little devil ran back. Exchange for the void escape technique. Lin Fei's face was a little red. He did not notice the situation the first time. After recovering, he exchanged for the void escape technique. 180,000 divinity points were gone, and Lin Fei was left with only 170,000 divinity points. Cultivating the void escape technique requires 10,000 divinity points. Do you want to cultivate? After spending 180,000 divinity points, spending another 10,000 divinity points did not make Lin Fei's heart ache. 190,000 divinity points were spent just like that. Lin Fei finally came to the cultivation space and began to cultivate the void escape technique. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the cave abode in the mountains, the Skirich overlord sat cross-legged on a rock. His gaze fell on Di Tian in the distance from time to time. He did not know what Di Tian was doing. Seclusion? It did not seem like it. If it was not seclusion, then what was it? He really could not figure it out. Suddenly, figures flew past in the sky above the mountains outside. The Skirich overlord thought that it was the Windcloud clan. Fortunately, it was not. He went straight ahead. He thought that was it. There were people flying past the mountains. The Skirich overlord was puzzled. Could something have happened? Otherwise, how could dozens of overlords pass by in such a short time? The Skirich overlord deliberately counted. Those who passed by were not weak. Almost all of them were 4-star overlords and above. Seeing that Di Tian did not wake up, the Skirich overlord sneaked out. He was very curious about what had happened. After a while, he came back from outside with a hint of excitement on his face. Should I tell Di Tian about this? The Skirich overlord pondered. If he had not gone out just now, he would not have known about this. What are you thinking about? Look at you. Did you see someone from the Windcloud clan? While the Skirich overlord was hesitating, Lin Fei woke up and naturally saw the Skirich overlord's expression. Ah, you're awake. If I don't wake up, am I supposed to go into seclusion? Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 1557. As soon as he successfully cultivated the void evasion technique, Lin Fei knew that it would be of great help to him. If he could kill a 7-star sovereign now, it would be much easier. Most importantly, he could use the God Tier 1/ continuously. 160,000 divinity points were equivalent to divine power. It was even more terrifying when activated. 3 to 5 slashes would kill a 7-star dominator. It's not the Windcloud clan, the Skyrend Hegemon said. Rather, it's something you wouldn't expect. Not too long ago, quite a few people passed by this area. I snuck out to investigate and found out that a platform had appeared 1 billion kilometers away from them, and on that platform was a godly class technique. Lin Fei was not that surprised by the God Tier skill, but his expression changed. A God Tier skill? What was going on? No, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. He immediately thought of something. Are you sure it's a God Tier skill? I'm sure. The Juggernauts there are locked in a fierce battle. They're all fighting over the Divine Tier cultivation technique. The Skyspan Juggernaut couldn't help but feel excited at the mention of this word. This was also something the Skirich Dominator was hesitant to say. That place was not safe now. If someone recognized it, it would not end well for him. The Dominators would definitely hunt him down. After confirming that it was a God Tier skill, Lin Fei understood why the God's servant wanted him to collect God Root. The goal was to cultivate a God Tier skill. Before this, Lin Fei had always wondered about the specific purpose of God Root. Now he understood. Completely understood. God Roots were to make it easier to cultivate God Tier skills. Why did 7-star Dominators, 8-star Dominators, and even 9-star Dominators come? Everyone was here for the God Tier skill. Questions arose. Who left the God Tier skill? What were God Roots? Are you afraid that I'll be in danger if I go? Lin Fei also understood why the Skirich Dominator was frowning. Yes. He readily admitted it. I'll definitely help you with what I said. Lin Fei said seriously. Stay here for now. I'll be back soon. Fighting for the God tier skill? The Dominators were fighting? For Lin Fei, this was great news, great news. His divinity points would depend on them. In the end, the Skyspan Hegemon chose to stay behind. That was not a place he could go. Even if his combat power was not bad, it would be useless to go there. Void Escape Technique. After leaving the mountain range, Lin Fei used the Void Escape Technique. There were no fluctuations in the void at all. Several sovereigns had flown past him, but none of them had noticed him. It's good. Consuming 10 divinity points for one breath isn't cheap either. After an hour, it's 70 to 80,000 divinity points. His heart ached, but the Void Escape Technique would be of great help to him. After appearing in the sky, Lin Fei's cloak covered his entire body, revealing only his eyes. Spreading his demonic wings, he turned into a beam of light and flew away. A distance of 1 billion miles was covered in just a few breaths. Boom, boom, boom. They had yet to approach the place. Off in the distance, the shock waves of a sovereign's attack radiated out like a tidal wave. It was a huge commotion. Lin Fei flew forward for another few tens of millions of miles before stopping. There was already a battle ahead. At least 100 sovereigns were fighting. A stone platform floated quietly in midair, and a jade slip lay on the stone platform. If this was still fine. But there were a few words left beside the stone platform, as if someone had specially come down. They were full of energy and wrote, Divine Cultivation Technique, Heaven's Severing Palm. The words left behind were not simple. Lin Fei focused his gaze and sensed a terrifying divine might from the ancient characters. Fortunately, the divine might was completely restrained, and only a trace of it was revealed. No one dared to question it. If the divine might was unleashed, no ruler in this region would feel good. Their strength would be suppressed by at least a third. The Jade Scroll should really be a divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The divine general platform had a god root, and now there was a divine cultivation technique. It was undoubtedly a path to the heavens. Anyone who obtained a divine cultivation technique would be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step as long as they had some achievements in their cultivation. It's really strange that such things kept appearing in this place. Could it be that this place has become a free place? Lin Fei pondered for a long time but could not come up with a reasonable explanation. The competition in the distance was getting more and more intense, and sovereigns kept falling. In order to fight for the divine cultivation technique, everyone was putting their lives on the line, hoping to obtain it themselves. Fortunately, I have the God Pavilion, so I don't need to fight for the divine cultivation technique. But it's different for them. No one can control their desire. Who knows how many people will die? Lin Fei shook his head violently. Since when am I being sentimental? If someone wants to fight for it, then they have to pay the price. Don't get killed. These are all divinity. In any case, it's either you die or he dies in the fight for the divine cultivation technique. Why don't they die by their own hands? At least they can contribute divinity points to me. Lin Fei quickly found an excuse for himself. It wasn't that he wanted to kill them, but that they were going to die themselves. It didn't matter who killed them. There are so many people around who want to be the fisherman. Lin Fei used his divine senses to sense that there were many sovereigns hidden in the surrounding void. They were not in a hurry to make a move, as if they were waiting for more sovereigns to die. Coincidentally, the remaining sovereigns had also used up a large amount of great Tao power. Their strength was not as good as before, so it was easy to deal with them. Lin Fei had never thought of being the fisherman. At that time, if everyone died, where would he find his divinity points? He had to make a move. As for the divine cultivation technique Heaven's Severing Palm on the stone platform, Lin Fei was not interested. He spread his demon's wings and rushed in. Windcloud Clan, Windcloud Wuhan is here. I'll kill whoever dares to take the divine cultivation technique. Lin Fei's shout was like a clap of thunder in the clear sky. Hundreds of sovereigns looked in his direction instinctively. This guy was too arrogant. What Windcloud Clan? Divine cultivation techniques are not something your clan can take. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly agitated some people. They looked back and saw a 5-star sovereign with a disdainful look. How dare he come with such strength? Windcloud Clan, son of AB*TCH, you're finally here. I've been waiting for your Windcloud Clan for a long time. Today I'll kill you first, then I'll settle the score with your Windcloud Clan. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, there were some who had suffered at the hands of the Windcloud Clan. They immediately gave up on attacking their opponents and charged at Windcloud Wuhan. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and laughed in his heart. The Windcloud Clan didn't seem to be well liked now. That was good. Chapter 1559. Who's Windcloud Traceless? How dare that guy brag so shamelessly at a time like this? He must be tired of living. I think he's from the Windcloud Clan. The Windcloud Clan of the Netherworld Weave. Since when did they have the guts to interfere in the fight for the God-tier skill? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by angry rulers? You've never heard of the Windcloud Clan? The Windcloud Clan was famous in the Netherworld Weave. Their reputation in the Outer Weaves was average. Only the ancestor of the 9 Stars ruler was well known. Almost no one in the lower ranks knew of them. But recently, the Windcloud Clan had become famous, almost inciting public outrage. The first-rate clans of several weaves were looking for trouble with the Windcloud Clan. The matter was very simple. The Windcloud Clan stole food from the tiger's mouth. Not only did they kill people, but they also stole deity root. Many rulers did not know about this. With the arrival of Windcloud Traceless, it was hard not to know about it. In a short time, the news spread. As a 5-star ruler, he dared to say that he would kill anyone who stole the God-tier skill. They really admired this guy. Maybe he was the vanguard. The Windcloud Clan's powerhouses were right behind him. If the Windcloud Clan dared to steal the deity roots of first-rate clans, it would be terrible if they interfered in the fight for the God-tier skill. Many rulers secretly pondered about this Windcloud Clan. Good. Lin Fei did not think as much as they did. Seeing the rulers charging at him, he was in a good mood. They were either 4-star or 5-star rulers. These were pulsating divinity points that belonged to him. There were over 100 rulers, but in Lin Fei's eyes, only a handful in the middle could threaten him. The rest were useless. Great Sword Chi Secret Technique. 5 Great Sword Chis crushed over, like a gust of wind sweeping over them. Bam bam bam! The 4-star ruler who bore the brunt was immediately minced by the sword will. The 5-star sovereigns weren't any better. Before the Grand Sword Energy Secret Art could reach them, Lin Fei pulled out a sovereign's saber and slashed it toward one of the sovereigns. This 5-star ruler was a ruler from a second-rate family. He wasn't weak, and he was a 5-star ruler after all. Even so, when he was struck by the Great Sword Chi, his mid-grade ruler battle robes were left with sword marks. The sharp sword Chi constantly sliced through the void. "Little brat, I'm going to kill you!" the 5-star overlord roared. He aggressively and domineeringly slashed at the 5-star dominator. As the 5-star dominator's voice fell, a tyrannical power came crashing over, and his entire body exploded like popcorn. Everyone could only hear a boom, and this 5-star dominator's corpse did not remain. He was directly turned into dust. Awesome! Lin Fei had obtained 300 divinity points after killing a 5-star ruler with a single slash. Compared to using the divinity points to activate the single slash, he had not suffered a loss at all. Instead, he had earned quite a bit. Again, Lin Fei locked onto the other 5-star sovereign. He drew his blade. The 5-star sovereign was turned into dust again. Since divinity points were useful, Lin Fei no longer hesitated. After all, he had earned them. Not only that, but he could also obtain experience and invincibility points. The Windcloud clan's people are actually so strong. A 5-star sovereign killed with a single slash. What kind of technique is this? Whether it was the onlookers or the people plotting in secret, everyone's expression changed at this moment. That Windcloud clan's winless traceless actually killed a sovereign with a single slash. Moreover, it was not a low-level sovereign, but a mid-level sovereign. Anyone who was targeted by Windcloud traceless killed a 5-star sovereign with a single slash. The onlookers sucked in a cold breath. The Windcloud clan actually produced such a super genius. The most terrifying thing was that they could not see through the slash's traces. If they could not see through the traces, they naturally could not block it. It was not that they could not block it, but they could only block it head-on. However, seeing that a mid-grade ruler battle robes were destroyed with a single slash, they could only use their physical bodies to block it. To hell with it. Wasn't that just sending themselves to death? Everyone, let's attack together. He can't use this kind of saber technique for long. Kill him, and this technique will belong to everyone. The sovereigns who hated the Windcloud clan felt their scalps go numb. In less than a moment, a total of 8 sovereigns were killed. Among them, 4 were 5-star sovereigns. They were killed with a single slash. This was an instant kill and a single slash at that. Since when were 5-star sovereigns so strong? The more it was like this, the more intense the killing intent of the remaining people became. No matter what, they could not let this monster Windcloud traceless go. If he advanced to 7 or 8-star sovereigns, perhaps only 9-star sovereigns could suppress him. 3 6-star sovereigns attacked. 5-star sovereigns were killed in a single slash. They did not believe that they could be killed in a single slash. As long as they could suppress the opponent's attack, there was no need to fear Windcloud traceless. The Windcloud clan is taking this god-tier technique. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Lin Fei ignored the attacks coming from behind and attacked a 6-star sovereign with white eyebrows. Such arrogance! Instant arrow! The white-eyebrowed sovereign was also furious. The Windcloud clan was truly arrogant. 5-star sovereigns were easy to kill. Did they want to kill him? A dozen black shadows shot at Lin Fei's face. As the black shadows attacked, Lin Fei felt as if the void around him had sunk into mud. His movements slowed as he was affected by the power of the Great Tao. Break! Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed. This slash came crashing down like a huge wave. One slash was not enough. The second slash came. The space in the mud collapsed. Lin Fei rushed up and slashed a third time. The white-eyebrowed sovereign instantly felt the sky full of killing intent and an indescribable pressure. He was cut into pieces by the slash. The other 2 6-star sovereigns also attacked. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei did not dodge, nor did he activate invincible defense. He swung his hand and slashed twice. The 2 6-star sovereigns were cut into pieces. Did you see that? This is the consequence of going against the Windcloud clan. Lin Fei laughed. He was overjoyed. A lot of divinity points landed on him, not to mention the invincibility point. As for the abundant EXP, Lin Fei could not be bothered to look at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword light flashed. Lin Fei was like a terrifying demon king, taking care of 5-star sovereigns with a single move. So fierce! Even 6-star sovereigns can't block a single slash. What a monster! If his saber technique was mine, I could be just as impressive. That Windcloud traceless won't be able to maintain such an overbearing saber technique for long. Once the 7-star sovereigns attack, that guy will die. Windcloud traceless is already so overbearing. If the Windcloud clan comes later, we won't get any benefit. Why don't we snatch it now? The sovereigns changed their minds. Chapter 1560. Who wouldn't change their minds? No matter how tough a 5-star dominator was, he couldn't be that tough. A 6-star dominator could kill a 5-star dominator with a wave of his hand. He couldn't even leave a wound on his opponent. If they couldn't see this, then there was no need to continue cultivating. The Windcloud clan guy was overbearing. Those who had been hoping for death began to secretly calculate whether it was the best time to make a move now, or to make a move later and observe the situation. Previously, there were at most a dozen dominators attacking. Now, there were more than a dozen dominators surrounding him. Each of them could tell that traceless Windcloud was not easy to deal with. Most of the spectators in the void nearby were 6-star dominators and 7-star dominators. They planned to observe and wait for the best time to attack. It would be best if they could search his soul to obtain his saber technique. Whoosh! The saber light was dazzling. A 5-star dominator was blown to pieces. Lin Fei also had wounds on his body, but they were all intentional. He was afraid that he would be too tough and scare everyone away. As long as he pretended to be injured, the divinity points would still be his. Both 6-star dominators and 5-star dominators couldn't help but attack. If they couldn't get the God-tier cultivation technique, they could get their hands on this guy's saber technique. They lowered their target. If they still couldn't see how overbearing this saber technique was, then they could go back to sleep. There was no need to come out to fight for the God-tier cultivation technique. Surround him. He's already injured. He can't hold out for long. More than a dozen 6-star dominators surrounded him. Their scarlet eyes were fixed on this guy who called himself Traceless Windcloud. Palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, and all sorts of secret techniques were dazzling. These dominators used their trump cards. They had no hope of getting the God-tier cultivation technique. There were still 7-star dominators present. They couldn't cross this mountain, but they could attack Traceless Windcloud's saber technique. Lin Fei was instantly drowned. The moment he was drowned, the void escape technique came into play. In that one breath's time, Lin Fei escaped the attack range and appeared behind the 6-star dominators. He raised his saber and swung it down. He used double the amount of divinity points. His surging divine power turned into a terrifying saber light that swept over them. Bam bam bam, the group of 6-star dominators who were secretly pleased were instantly plunged into endless darkness. Before they lost consciousness, they were probably wondering why he was behind them. Unfortunately, they would never know the answer. More than 10 6-star martial sovereigns were instantly killed. This kind of brutal saber technique shocked them quite a bit. If he had thought of him as valiant before, then at this moment, he was savage. He had killed over 10 6-star hegemons with a single saber strike. Even a 7-star hegemon might not be able to do it, but Traceless Windcloud had done it. Too monstrous. That was insane. The entire place was silent. They were all scared out of their wits. The sovereigns who were still fighting also subconsciously pulled away from each other and stopped. This was a fierce man who could threaten them. Who was the one who said that he would kill me just now? Speak if you have the guts, but don't have the guts to attack? With this slash, Lin Fei's ruler long saber shattered into pieces. Another ruler long saber fell into his hands. Looking around, the people who were about to charge forward stopped in their tracks. If he went up again, he would be courting death. These juggernauts weren't stupid either. More than 10 6-star juggernauts had been killed with a single slash. If they went up, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. As for the 5-star martial sovereigns, their faces were pale. After stopping, they began to retreat quietly. They did not want the God-tier cultivation technique anymore. With this guy here, they had to consider whether they could survive. They retreated. Among the hundreds of sovereigns, their overall strength was not high. The strongest was only a 7-star martial sovereign. This was also because the divine general stage was vast, and no powerhouses would appear for a while. It was easy to become a 7-star martial sovereign, but difficult to become an 8-star martial sovereign. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it myself. The Windcloud clan's belongings are not for you to covet. Lin Fei threw out another sentence and attacked. Run. Would it work? Lin Fei disappeared in front of everyone. Be careful, he disappeared. Divine consciousness can't catch him. Damn it. The sovereigns who had stopped could not stay calm. Would the Windcloud clan dare to keep them here? Not only were there 6-star martial sovereigns here, but there were also 7-star martial sovereigns. The 7-star martial sovereigns who had not attacked stopped now. Their eyes flashed as they searched with their divine consciousness. Then, their expressions changed. There was no trace of him. Did he leave? Whoosh. Suddenly, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the center of their battle circle. He slashed with his saber. This slash turned into a golden saber river. It was 1,000,000 feet long, and the saber was extremely sharp. With a gentle sweep, more than 20 sovereigns fell into the saber river. The crowd only saw them struggling for a while before they stopped breathing and turned into pieces. The golden saber river swept toward them again. Even the 7-star martial sovereigns became targets. What a Windcloud clan, what a Windcloud traceless. I didn't expect them to hide so much. I've seen it all. A white-haired 7-star martial sovereign's face twitched. The martial sovereign's armor was almost on the verge of collapse. He had only exchanged a blow with the golden saber river. As long as we don't die today, the Windcloud clan can forget about monopolizing the God-tier technique. Another 7-star martial sovereign roared. Everyone, run. His saber technique is too domineering. It's not something we can defend against. Lin Fei mobilized his divinity points. His divinity burned. In this area, the golden saber radiance was like a nightmare. One slash and a martial sovereign's life was taken away. Anyone below 7-star martial sovereign level, who was not wearing a mid-grade martial sovereign battle armor, could not withstand a single slash from the God-tier saber slash. Its power was far more terrifying than the power of the Great Path. Whether it was those who had been watching or those who had attacked, all of them fled. Were they not going to fight for the God-tier technique? Who would dare to fight for it? With Windcloud traceless of the Windcloud clan around, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up. Did they not see that a few 7-star martial sovereigns had been killed? The rest were all vomiting blood. There was no way to fight at all. His opponent's saber technique was domineering and terrifying. One slash could break all of their attacks. When their lives were in danger, who would dare to fight for the God-tier technique? They wished their parents had given them a few more legs so they could leave. 7-star martial sovereigns were very arrogant. Before they could attack, they were already injured by the saber radiant. They turned and ran, not even thinking about the people they had brought with them. When they saw the golden radiance, their hearts trembled. If not now, then when? It had not even been 10 minutes. There's no one left. Lin Fei stood in the empty air. There was no one around him. The original mountain range had been razed to the ground. The remnant saber intent cut through the void ceaselessly. I didn't expect to use up 50,000 divinity points in such a short time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I've gained more than 40,000 divinity points. It's not a loss. The God-tier saber slash was too useful. The power unleashed by divinity points was terrifying. And this was with Lin Fei controlling his strength. Otherwise, no one present would have been able to leave. The Windcloud clan should be happy now. Lin Fei turned to look at the stone platform. With a wave of his hand, a long saber radiance blasted on the stone platform. Crash! The outer layer of energy was broken. Chapter 1561. Lin Fei attacked aggressively. The hundreds of juggernauts who were fighting for the God-tier skill were either killed or injured in an instant. In less than a moment, the place was cleared. There was no one else around the stone platform except for Lin Fei. Lin Fei also broke the restriction on the stone platform. If it was someone else who did not know about the connection between divinity points and power of divinity, Lin Fei would not be able to break it in a short time. Lin Fei felt the presence of divinity the moment he got the Jade Scroll. This was really a god-tier skill. Little devil, what do you think? Lin Fei was very excited to get the god-tier skill. This was the first time he got his hands on a god-tier skill, and it was easier than expected. All he had to do was pay some divinity points. Once Little Devil came out, he used the system to scan the Jade Scroll and nodded. Yes, it's a god-tier skill. Even though it's the lowest level, it's very suitable for you. How much is it worth if I exchange it? About 3,000 to 5,000 divinity points. Lin Fei squinted. This god-tier skill came at the right time. You scanned the Jade Scroll just now. Are you sure it's safe? Lin Fei had some doubts about the Divine General platform, especially now that God Roots and God-tier skills had appeared. Lin Fei had to be careful. I've scanned it. There's nothing wrong with the God-tier skill inside. Lin Fei was relieved. He sent Little Devil back and kept all the storage rings nearby. There were dozens of storage rings, and a few of them belonged to 7-star dominators. Lin Fei obtained another 20 God Roots from the dozens of storage rings, which was an extra income. As for the holy stones, he used them to exchange for energy points. This was another big income. Windcloud Clan, just you wait to be the scapegoat. Lin Fei laughed heartily and left the place. Not long after Lin Fei left, people returned. These dominators were all 7-star dominators. They were all scared away by Traceless Windcloud. When they returned, they saw that the stone platform was broken and the god-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, had disappeared. Traceless Windcloud has obtained the deity tier art, Heaven's End Palm. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode. The Skyspan Hegemon was still waiting anxiously. Just now, when the Skyspan Hegemon had sensed that terrifying aura in the distance, even though it was still quite a distance away, he had felt his heart palpitate. Did something big happen? The Skyspan Hegemon asked. You'll know in a few days. Lin Fei didn't intend to make it so clear. It's best not to go out for the next few days if it's not necessary. If you want to go out, you'd better wait for 10 days. The Skyspan Hegemon wanted to ask further, but Lin Fei had entered the cave abode next door and activated the restrictions. It was too late even if he wanted to ask. It can't be. He did something big again. The Skyspan Hegemon retracted his gaze, his heart no longer calm and collected. Even after spending some time with Tion, I still can't see through him. His cultivation isn't high, but his combat prowess is abnormally high. I wonder how he cultivates. Listening to him is definitely the right thing to do. I'd better endure for a few more days. The Windcloud clan had produced a monster, Windcloud Traceless, who was able to fight against hundreds of sovereigns. Traceless Windcloud had stolen the deity tier cultivation technique, Heaven Extinguishing Palm. These two pieces of news spread like wildfire. Who was the Windcloud clan? The Windcloud clan of the Netherworld Weave? They had stolen the god-tier skill, Heaven Severing Palm? Since when had the Windcloud clan become so awesome? All the sovereigns in the area received a message from their good friend, describing what had happened that day, proving with certainty that the god-tier skill was in the hands of the Windcloud clan. The appearance of a god-tier skill caused a huge commotion. Originally, many sovereigns headed to the area after hearing that a god-tier skill had appeared. A clan in a weave only had one 9-star sovereign. How dare they monopolize a god-tier skill? The god-tier skill had to be handed over, or shared. Windcloud Killer had been in a bad mood for the past few days. The person who killed the Windcloud clan was nowhere to be found. If that was all, Windcloud Killer would not be so angry. However, sovereigns from 5 stars to 7 stars sovereigns attacked them from time to time. They would ask if they were from the Windcloud clan when they saw them, and attack immediately as soon as they nodded, not giving them a chance to speak. More than 10 7-star sovereigns had died in the hands of Windcloud Killer these days. The sovereigns who attacked them were getting stronger and stronger. Windcloud Killer looked at the 5 injured sovereigns behind him. He felt very uncomfortable. Let's go back. They were attacked for no reason, and only 5 sovereigns were left. It would be strange if Windcloud Killer had a good temper. Since when did the Windcloud clan offend so many clans? Windcloud Killer recognized that a few of them were forces from Otherweave. Their overall strength was only slightly weaker than the Windcloud clan, but they treated them like enemies. He was puzzled. Hearing that they were going back, the remaining 5 sovereigns heaved a sigh of relief. They did not want to live like this anymore. Whoosh, just as they were getting excited, a black shadow flashed by, and a cold snicker could be heard. Windcloud Killer, hee hee. The 5 sovereigns had a green wound on their bodies. Following that, they let out miserable cries as white smoke came out of their bodies. They turned into puddles of blood in no time. Who? Windcloud Killer was in a bad mood. Now that the last 5 sovereigns were dead, and right in front of him, his veins were popping. Windcloud Killer, your Windcloud clan really hid such an expert well. Hee hee, what a pity! A chilling voice came from the void, like a gust of chilly wind blowing past. You're the Poison Sovereign. Windcloud Killer revealed a hint of fear. Why was this old geezer here? Hee hee, you can even recognize me. The voice was still in the void. Since you can recognize me, I won't waste time with you. As long as the Windcloud clan hands over the item, I won't attack. Windcloud Killer was confused. What item? And what do you want to attack? The Poison Sovereign had been famous for a long time. He was now a peak 7-star sovereign. Although his realm was not as high as an 8-star sovereign, he had a poison technique. Even 8-star sovereigns had to be careful and were not willing to fight with the Poison Sovereign. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. The Poison Sovereign said, there's a limit to my patience. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't agree, I don't mind taking you down and searching your soul. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as a few deaths. Windcloud Killer was very wary of the Poison Sovereign. He had come to bully him, and his words were vague, which made Windcloud Killer furious. Old geezer, don't go too far. I don't even know what you want. How do you want me to take it out? Hee hee, then I'll do it myself. Chapter 1562. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in more than one place on the Divine General platform. God-tier cultivation methods appeared in many places. Each God-tier cultivation method's appearance led to a bloodbath. Within a month, 6 God-tier cultivation methods appeared on the Divine General platform. All the powerhouses fought for them. The 6 and 7-star dominators who were originally participating withdrew from the competition. All the participants were 8-star dominators. Each 8-star dominator could suppress a 7-star dominator. Any 7-star dominator who tried were killed by the 8-star dominators. There were also terrifying supreme 8-star dominators among the 8-star dominators. 3 of the God-tier cultivation methods were snatched by the 8-star dominators. Once they mastered the God-tier cultivation methods, these 8-star dominators' strength would soar. At the same time, the Windcloud clan's God-tier cultivation methods spread. We've found the Windcloud clan's base. On a mountain. A dominator landed on the mountain. There were already 3 dominators waiting here. All 3 dominators emitted the aura of an 8-star dominator. The Windcloud clan is in a valley hundreds of millions of miles away. If not for Windcloud murderous leaving traces, we might not have found them. The 8-star dominator, Windblade Dominator, said. These 3 8-star dominators were here for the God-tier cultivation method, Heaven's Severing Palm. They were from the major clans in their own weaves. The temptation of a God-tier cultivation method was enough to tempt these 8-star dominators. Well done. As long as we know the Windcloud clan's base, there's hope for a God-tier cultivation method. Who would have thought that a clan in the Netherworld weave would have such a powerhouse? Come to think of it, why would the Windcloud clan expose such a peerless prodigy? If they kept it hidden for another 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, the Windcloud clan might have another terrifying 9-star dominator. Who knows? Maybe the Windcloud clan released that prodigy. Other than the god-tier cultivation method, we also want that saber technique. If we get it, our combat strength will increase by at least 4 or 5 levels. The 4 8-star dominators were in a frenzy. Even if they cultivated for a few chaos years, it was impossible to increase their combat strength by 4 or 5 levels in a short period of time. In another part of the void, someone had opened up a temporary space here. A dominator with long hair stood quietly in the space. The howling astral wind stopped before it even got close. Young Master, Windcloud Killer has returned. A spatial ripple spread out, followed by a black shadow appearing and half-kneeling in front of the long-haired hegemon. The infamous Windcloud Killer is now like a rat on the street that everyone wants to kill. Interesting, truly interesting, the long-haired hegemon said calmly. Traceless Windcloud, heh heh. The long-haired hegemon took a single step forward, leaving the dimension behind him. The space behind him instantly collapsed, and an astral wind howled past, destroying everything. Say, Windcloud Killer, a veteran 8-star martial emperor, is being chased by someone for billions of miles, and he's in such a miserable state? Lin Fei smiled when he heard the scary hegemon's words. Lin Fei had been hiding ever since he snatched the god-level cultivation technique, Sky-Severing Palm. He completely isolated his own aura. He hid for more than 10 days. There were countless sovereigns in this area, all searching for Traceless Windcloud's whereabouts. 3 days ago, Lin Fei had taken the Skyspan hegemon with him and left his estate. In the meantime, the Skyspan hegemon had asked around about Windcloud Killer. He had never heard such good news before. That old man is really tenacious. He's been chased all the way, and he's been poisoned by the Poison Lord hegemon, but he can still persevere. The Skyspan hegemon could not wait for Windcloud Killer to die in someone else's hands. The Windcloud clan had sent 3 8-star martial emperors this time. Every death was equivalent to cutting off one of the Windcloud clan's arms. You're still the best, brother. You've put the Windcloud clan in danger in just a few moves. The Skyspan hegemon was full of admiration for Tion's abilities. Lin Fei had long guessed this would happen. The only thing he did not expect was that Windcloud Killer of the Windcloud clan was so tenacious that he was still alive. Don't you want to know about the god-level cultivation technique? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Nope. The Skyspan hegemon shook his head. It won't do me any good. Ever since he heard the news, the Skyspan hegemon knew that the god-level cultivation technique was definitely in Tion's hands. He was neither jealous nor envious. It was enough that Tion had helped him vent his anger. According to what you said, Windcloud Killer is a veteran 8-star martial emperor. He's being hunted down, so he'll definitely return to his base camp. Once he does, you'll be able to avenge yourself. It was not difficult for Lin Fei to guess that this was one of their tricks. They would use Windcloud Killer to find their base camp. Once the 8-star martial emperors surrounded them, even the 3 8-star martial emperors of the Windcloud clan would not be able to hold out for too long. The outcome was set in stone. Lin Fei did not mind making the Windcloud clan a scapegoat. With them around, he would not stand out so much. Explain? No one would explain at a time like this. Alright, you can go now. It's best if you leave this area. After all, there are some martial emperors who know about you. Lin Fei said. Aren't you coming with me to take a look? Lin Fei smirked. If I go, I'll be hunted down by them. The Skirich Dominator did not know what Tion was thinking. He also felt that it was very dangerous for Tion to go there, especially at a time when all 8-star Dominators were gathered to deal with the Windcloud clan. It would not be a good thing for Tion to go there. Thank you, fellow cultivator. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to avenge myself. The Windcloud clan has lost a young master. I believe that elder ancestor will go completely mad. When Hegemon Skyspan thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh uproariously. This place is different from the outside. Be careful. I hope we will meet again, Lin Fei said. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fei tossed a storage ring to the Skyspan Hegemon. This is for you, take it. The Skyspan Hegemon accepted it without standing on ceremony. After the Skirich Dominator left, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he used the void evasion technique and headed straight for the Wind Cloud Clan's base camp. How could he miss out on such a good show? What Lin Fei cared about was that young Master Feng Yun. After refining the God Roots and killing him, he would definitely be able to obtain a sum of divinity points. Danger? Lin Fei had no such thoughts. As for why he didn't go with the Skyspan Juggernaut, it was because it wasn't convenient for him to act. It would not be good to drag others into this. Lin Fei used the void evasion technique along the way and wasted some divinity points, but he did not mind. After all, he would gain something later. So many 7-star martial emperors. Arriving from the void, Lin Fei saw many 7-star martial emperors. There was a faint energy fluctuation in front that was even stronger than the 7-star martial emperors. Without a doubt, these were all 8-star martial emperors. Chapter 1563. Miserable. Never before had it been so miserable. In a valley on the Divine General platform, Windcloud Killer spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was not blood red, but dark green with an intense rancid stench. The green blood landed on the grassland, turning the surrounding 10,000 miles into a poisonous land. There was no sign of life. Cough, cough, cough. Windcloud Killer spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. Half of his originally murderous face had turned green. His face was almost unrecognizable. He had lost his left arm completely. His chest and back were filled with wounds. Some of them were even horrifying. The residual power of the Great Tao kept colliding in Windcloud Killer's body. Why is this happening? Since when did our Windcloud clan offend so many forces? Ever since the battle with Sovereign Poison Master, although Windcloud Killer had repelled Sovereign Poison Master, he had been poisoned and could not resolve it immediately. If Windcloud Killer was given enough time to heal, he could definitely resolve it. That was what Windcloud Killer planned to do. Unexpectedly, just as Windcloud Killer was about to heal, 8-star Sovereign came out and told him to hand over the item. Then, he attacked Windcloud Killer. Windcloud Killer was already in a rage and attacked immediately. He used his strength to suppress his opponent, leaving another wound on his body. After repelling the first wave of enemies, the second wave came. There were 7-star Sovereigns and 8-star Sovereigns. Windcloud Killer was initially able to resist, but after being forced to retreat, he was being chased. The most despicable thing was that the Poison Sovereign had been secretly poisoning them this entire time. Windcloud Killer had no idea how he survived these days. Especially with 8-star Sovereigns appearing and disappearing, he had no time to resolve his wounds and poison. At this moment, Windcloud Killer seemed to know something. Someone wanted to attack the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer had been fleeing, using a few secret techniques and expending a large portion of his strength to shake off his enemies and return to his temporary base. Cough, cough, cough. Once Windcloud Killer entered the valley, the huge valley turned into a land of poison. Pft, pft, pft. The first few who came were poisoned. The poison spread everywhere. Killer, how did you end up like this? Windcloud Killer coughed out blood. Affected by the poison, Windcloud Little Saint and Windcloud Autumn, the two 8-star Sovereigns rushed up and were shocked when they saw Windcloud Killer's appearance. Seal! Little Saint Feng Yun pointed his finger at Feng Yun Sha's forehead. A stream of energy entered Feng Yun's body, temporarily sealing up the chaotic energy within his body. Following that, Feng Yun's complexion was no longer as pale as before, recovering a trace of color. Let's go, someone's trying to attack the Windcloud clan. This place isn't safe anymore. Suppressing the chaotic energy, Windcloud Killer urged. Little Sage Fengyun's calm face revealed a hint of doubt. Killing? Didn't you go out for a while? How did you end up like this? Not only do you have a powerful poison on you, but you also have several great Tao forces on you. I don't know. I really don't know. Wind Cloud Killers shook his head. We need to escort the young master away right now. Otherwise, there won't be any time left. They'll be here soon. Wind Cloud Killer felt a tinge of fear. After being chased for millions of miles and almost dying, no one could remain calm. Take the young master away immediately. As long as we leave this place, we'll have a chance to find out who's behind all this. Little Saint Feng Yun knew Feng Yunsha's strength very well. To be able to come back with such severe injuries, the attacker must be an 8-star dominator, and it wasn't just one. Boom boom boom. Little Saint Feng Yun prepared to leave with his men. A violent tremor came from the outside. Layers of barriers were broken, and more than 28-star dominators barged in. Windcloud Killer, thank you for bringing us here. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have known that you're in your base camp. Now is the perfect time to capture all of you. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm. Hand over the God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, and we'll leave your corpses intact. Hand over Traceless Windcloud, hand over the Saber Technique. Boom boom boom. More than 28-star dominators appeared, and their terrifying aura locked onto everyone from the Windcloud clan. Windcloud Killer and the other 2 8-star dominators became the focus of attention. Even though the 3 of them were 8-star dominators, they still felt immense pressure. More than 28-star dominators, were they trying to take their lives? The words God-tier skill, Heaven's Severing Palm, made them understand what was going on. Our Windcloud clan obtained a God-tier skill? The 3 8-star dominators did not smile. Instead, they had a sudden realization and unease. Especially Windcloud Killer, who finally understood what was going on. Why were they being hunted down? So it was because their clan obtained a God-tier skill. Following that, another question arose. Who was Traceless Windcloud, and when did their clan have such a person? Little Saint Windcloud realized that things had gone south. These people were coming at him aggressively, and he could not hold them off. If he could not explain himself, he said, "Everyone, are you mistaken? There's no one called Traceless Windcloud among the people from our Windcloud clan who came in this time. We didn't obtain a God-tier skill either." More than 28-star dominators came for the God-tier skill. They found the Windcloud clan's base camp. Naturally, they did not believe the Windcloud clan's words. What did they mean by they didn't obtain it? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Your Windcloud clan only has 1 9-star dominator. A God-tier skill isn't something you can take for yourself. Since you won't hand it over, we'll look for it ourselves. It's in your hands. Worst comes to worst, we'll take it. The 8-star dominators were impatient. If they could not come to an agreement, they would attack. As soon as the 8-star dominators attacked, the people brought by the Windcloud clan were destroyed. The 7-star dominators could not withstand a few moves from the 8-star dominators and were killed. Windcloud Killer, Little Saint Windcloud, and Autumn Windcloud were given special attention. Little Saint, take the young master and leave first. I'll fight them. Windcloud Killer yelled and burned his great Tao energy. His strength increased greatly, and he held up 7 or 8 8-star dominators. Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud rushed into the formation, wrapped the young master up, and broke out of the encirclement. You can't escape. You must hand over the God-tier skill. Little Saint Windcloud and Little Saint Windcloud used all kinds of treasures without mercy. They barely managed to carve out a bloody path and rushed out with the young master. Behind them, 8 or 9 dominators caught up. With the strength of 8-star dominators, Little Saint Windcloud and Autumn Windcloud could not shake each other off. The 8-star dominators behind used all kinds of treasures, vaguely trying to surround them. Once they were surrounded, they would have no way out. Young master, I'll send you off. Little Saint Windcloud knew that he had been tricked. The only thing he could do now was to send the young master away. As long as the young master could enter the godly general platform, it was not impossible to take revenge today. Holy Light Passage. Little Saint Windcloud punched the void and forcefully opened a passage, sending the young master in. Chapter 1564. After sending off the young master, the two 8-star sovereigns from the Windcloud clan were besieged and eventually self-destructed. This was destined. There were only 10 8-star sovereigns attacking. Even if they joined forces, the two could not withstand their combined attack. In the final attack, the two chose to self-destruct. This was the only thing they could do. They knew very well that if they were captured, they would inevitably be soul-searched, so they chose to self-destruct. This gave the besieging sovereigns a headache. The result of self-destruction was not what they wanted to see. Unfortunately, the two walked all the way to the end, not giving them a chance to soul-search. What a waste of effort! They actually chose to self-destruct. Their storage rings were also destroyed by self-destruction. I wonder if the God-tier cultivation method is still there. Search. After a search. Apart from some saint stones and tattered sovereign weapons, there was nothing else. The God-tier cultivation method jade scroll was nowhere to be found. It must be with the young master. Could it be that the young master is Feng Yunwan? The young master couldn't have run far. He must be nearby. Let's see who's lucky enough to catch up. These sovereigns were very disappointed. Since the God-tier cultivation method was not found, it must have landed with the young master. Some sovereigns even thought that Feng Yunwan was the young master. The sovereigns did not stop, choosing a direction to pursue. Uncle Little Saint, Uncle Killer, Uncle Chiu, I will definitely avenge you and find the mastermind. Feng Xiaowang came out of the passage, his face twisted. Feng Xiaowang saw the pursuit of more than 28 star sovereigns, but he could do nothing. This was a huge blow to Feng Xiaowang in the Yellow Springs weave. Feng Xiaowang panicked for a while before returning to normal. Without the protection of the 8-star sovereigns, Feng Xiaowang immediately changed into a black robe, covering his face. His divine sense ripples also began to change. If someone passed by now, they would definitely not know that this person was Feng Xiaowang. After a series of changes, Feng Xiaowang headed east. He traveled tens of billions of kilometers, eventually landing in a mountain range. After observing for a while, he carved out an immortal's cave and set up a restrictive spell formation. He didn't stay there, but rather, carved out an immortal's cave in a corner of the mountain range. He was being very careful. As long as I refine the remaining god roots and the divinity in my body reaches a certain level, I will be able to find a god-tier cultivation technique. At that time, I will make them die without a burial ground. After setting up the restriction array, Feng Xiaowang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He entered the cave abode. This was Feng Xiaowang's goal. He knew more secrets than others, and the only way to increase his strength now was to obtain a god-tier cultivation technique. He believed that this place would be very safe. He took out the deity root and began to refine it. This fellow is quite smart. He changed the fluctuation of his divine sense, changed the location, and set up an illusion. It won't be easy for them to find this young master. In the cave abode, Lin Fei was hiding in the void. At this time, he was using the void escape technique. Since the 8-star rulers besieged the Fengyun clan, Lin Fei had already been there, but he didn't show himself. More than 28-star rulers weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was concerned about this young master. The moment little Saint Fengyun opened the passageway, Lin Fei entered the passageway. He had been following behind this young master silently until now. Lin Fei was quite impressed by this fellow. He still had the mood to refine the deity root under such circumstances. What a waste of a deity root! Lin Fei felt his heart ache. At this time, Lin Fei was already sure that this fellow had a lot of divinity points. He might even be a big fat pig. Eternal instant. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he executed an eternal instant. Just a breath's time was enough. Who? Feng Xiaowang was shocked. He had escaped, but why was he targeted again? His refinement was interrupted, and when he woke up, he was enveloped by a force. Lin Fei had already attacked. God-tier blade slash. He didn't give his opponent a chance to resist. At this time, a piece of jade on Feng Xiaowang's neck erupted with a terrifying aura. It propped up an energy shield and blocked the blade. The defense of 9 stars ruler. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. This fellow had hidden such a top-notch treasure. You, a 5-star ruler, actually want to kill me? Feng Xiaowang was caught unprepared. He only heaved a sigh of relief when the radiance propped up. His sharp eyes swept across and revealed a cold smile. You are very powerful. You have been hiding by my side. Unfortunately, I have the skylight jade bestowed to me by my old ancestor. Don't even think of killing me. Feng Xiaowang couldn't keep his face after being ambushed at such a close distance. So that's how it is. Let's continue. Lin Fei didn't care. He slashed again, blasting on the outer layer of radiance. The originally flourishing radiance suddenly dimmed. Break for me. The third slash. Feng Xiaowang was shocked again. Cracks appeared on the jade on his neck, one after another, and they immediately shattered. This 5-star ruler in front of him could threaten his life. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Die for me. Feng Xiaowang was already a frightened bird. If the jade was shattered, it definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber art. He took out an immortal talisman and tore it apart, blasting it at his opponent. Instantly, a terrifying radiance soared into the sky. This mountain range was instantly flattened. This is the trump card that my old ancestor left for me. I was originally prepared to use it against an 8-star ruler. Now it's yours. I can't stay here any longer. I have to leave immediately. Feng Xiaowang turned to leave. You don't have to leave. It's better if you stay. As soon as the voice came, Feng Xiaowang saw a saber light slashing at him. The jade on the neck of that smiling black-robed fellow shattered into countless pieces. The saber light also completely minced him into pieces. A young master of a large clan really has some trump cards. Lin Fei sighed. Ding, congratulations on obtaining 80,000 divinity points. As soon as the voice came, Lin Fei revealed an expression of, I knew it. This really was a big fat pig. Not bad at all. It seems like these young masters of large clans have refined a large number of god roots and are waiting to soar into the sky. Compared to the ruler's few hundred divinity points, the current young master was a big fat sheep. The original 100,000 divinity points had returned to 200,000 divinity points. I'm going to look for the young master and make a move. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. There were actually hundreds of god roots inside, a total of 100,000 divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up at this kind of harvest. Although he knew that there were god roots in the storage ring, he didn't expect there to be so many. Lin Fei had underestimated them. Chapter 1565. Upon seeing the flickering red dot, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Hee, when you see me, you definitely won't be able to be happy. Lin Fei put away the item and used void opening to leave. This was also to prevent others from discovering him and following him. For example, Lin Fei had something he wanted to do right now. He didn't mind spending a few divinity points, as he had just obtained a few 100,000 divinity points. The commotion here was too great. Sweeping through the mountain range, and the might of a 9-star sovereign had appeared. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one would know what had happened. Whoosh! I'm still one step too late. About 10 minutes after Lin Fei left, a bald sovereign appeared in the sky. He emitted the aura of an 8-star sovereign, and his sharp eyes constantly scanned the ground below. This was one of the 8-star sovereigns who had been pursuing young Master Feng Yun. It's this aura. This sovereign grabbed at the air, and specks of something fell into his hand. This was a strand of divine sense. The sky sovereign grabbed it with his unparalleled strength and used his divine sense to confirm who it was. It was the target he had been pursuing. In the eyes of an 8-stars sovereign, anyone who had seen it would remember it. Although this place had been razed to the ground, there was still divine sense present. Only 8-stars sovereigns like them could barely collect it. This young Master Feng Yun definitely has that old ancestor's protective treasure on him. How could he be killed in such a situation? Could it be a 9-stars sovereign? No, the Divine General Platform doesn't allow 9-stars sovereigns to enter. Could it be an 8-stars sovereign? But this 8-stars sovereign has hidden himself too deeply to be able to kill young Master Feng Yun in such a short time and leave so calmly. The Sky Sovereign was puzzled. This matter didn't feel right. Fellow Taoist Sky Sovereign, you're not slow. What did you gain? The Poison Sovereign stealthily appeared, his small eyes scanning the scene. He's already dead. What can I gain? The Sky Sovereign's tone was cold. Someone beat me to it. The Sky Ruler did not speak kindly to the Poison Sovereign Ruler, who used lethal poison. Although the Poison Sovereign's strength was a whole realm lower than his, he did not dare to underestimate the Poison Sovereign's lethal poison. So that's how it is. I wonder if fellow Taoist has seen what that person looks like? The Poison Sovereign narrowed his eyes. For a 7-star hegemon to ask an 8-star hegemon such a question was something only the Poison Sovereign hegemon would do. What do you think? After saying this, the Sky Dominator turned and left. Humph! You're just an 8-star sovereign. The Poison Sovereign Ruler coveted the deity rank cultivation technique very much. He originally thought that he would be able to catch up to young Master Feng Yun, but someone else beat him to it. Sooner or later, I will become an 8-star ruler. At that time, let's see who dares to ignore me. Young Master Feng Yun's death is not a good thing. What a waste of a deity rank cultivation technique. The Poison Sovereign shook his head and left as well. He had worked so hard for nothing. The commotion caused a few 8-star rulers to rush over, but when they saw the situation, they left one after another. When they left, their expressions were more or less filled with disappointment. Lin Fei left the scene and flew toward the east. With the void evasion technique, Lin Fei did not leave behind many traces. Although he left behind some aura fluctuations at the scene, after using the void evasion technique, his aura disappeared. This was also why Lin Fei was willing to use the void evasion technique. This flight lasted for half a month. He was getting closer and closer to the red dot. During this time, Lin Fei also discovered a few deity roots, which he unceremoniously collected. Those ignorant rulers also contributed quite a few divinity points to him. As he wished, Lin Fei's divinity point diagram broke through to 500,000 points. He was also close to leveling up. In just a few days, he would be able to break through to the 6-star ruler rank. In the air above a mountain range, this place had almost been razed to the ground, and there were remnants of energy fluctuations left behind by the battle. Fellow Taoist Rainbow, this is your share. On a flat area not far from the mountain range, 5 rulers were dividing up the spoils. A young hegemon placed one of the spoils in front of a female hegemon. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions successfully holding them back, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to take them down, said the young ruler. The Rainbow ruler was wearing a rainbow-colored dress. Her cultivation had increased by a level, and she had broken through from the 6-star ruler rank to the 7-star ruler rank. Her aura fluctuations were also exceptionally stable. This meant that she had completely stabilized her strength. We're teammates. This is what I should do, said the Rainbow ruler with a smile. She habitually put away the spoils. The 5 rulers present were all 7-star rulers. They all had one thing in common. They were all young. Big Brother Feiyun has good foresight. With the help of fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions, it'll be much easier for us to deal with them," said another female 7-star ruler in the group. The one called Big Brother Feiyun was a tall and sturdy silver-armored ruler. He was also the leader of the group. He was a peak 7-star ruler, and he specialized in close combat. That's because everyone cooperated well. Hegemon Feiyun smiled as he looked at the Rainbow Ruler. Of course, fellow Taoist Rainbow's illusions are extremely powerful as well. The moment you use them, you'll be able to affect a 7-star ruler. You're fully deserving of the title of hero. The Rainbow Ruler felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have broken through to the 7-star ruler rank. In addition, I also have to thank Big Brother Feiyun, said the Rainbow Ruler with a smile. The surrounding people all laughed. Damn, are they flirting with each other? At this moment, Lin Fei appeared in the air above this area. Using his void evasion technique, Lin Fei was able to stealthily and smoothly find this place. Then, he saw this laughing scene. This made Lin Fei uncomfortable. The Rainbow Ruler was his maid. Who would be so bold as to steal her from him? Lin Fei had come all this way to find the Rainbow Ruler. Even though he hadn't made the Rainbow Ruler swear an oath to become a Rainbow Ruler, Lin Fei had still secretly stored a strand of his aura on the appropriate tool. As long as it was within a certain range, Lin Fei would be able to use it to find the Rainbow Ruler. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Lin Fei would come all this way to see this. It seemed that someone was interested in his maid. That person was quite good-looking and somewhat handsome. Should I show myself, or keep following them? Lin Fei wondered. If it were before, Lin Fei might have considered how to appear. After cultivating a divine tier technique and learning about the connection between divine power and divine power, he had nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a peak 7-star ruler? Everyone should have rested enough. We can set off now. Hegemon Feiyun stood up. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Sumeru Mountains have yet to appear and collect as many deity roots as we can. The resting hegemons all rose to their feet. The Rainbow Ruler stood up as well. After joining this group, she had collected many more deity roots than she had when she was alone. She had also learned a few secrets. Chapter 1566. Ruler Feiyun thought highly of Rainbow Ruler's potential. Rainbow Ruler's strength might be average, but there was one thing he couldn't compare to, his illusory skills. Rainbow Ruler's illusory skills had reached an extremely profound level. According to him, he had improved in this space. Once he used it, it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Not only did Ruler Feiyun think highly of Rainbow Ruler, but she also had some ideas. Rainbow Ruler was beautiful, and her illusory skills were extraordinary. If she reached the 9 stars ruler level, her illusory skills would be even more terrifying. She would be a powerful existence among the 9 stars rulers, although she wouldn't be as powerful as the super overlords. Along the way, Ruler Feiyun took special care of Rainbow Ruler. This was one of the reasons why Rainbow Ruler could break through to 7 stars ruler so quickly. Ruler Feiyun was very confident in taking down Rainbow Ruler with her family's influence and her own strength. For example, Ruler Feiyun had purposely revealed some of the things that had happened on God Mountain to show off her abilities. Only some of the big families would know these secrets. Lin Fei was a domineering person. He didn't notice this. He just felt uncomfortable that a descendant was seducing his maid. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei felt that it was better to show himself. He believed that Rainbow Ruler's expression would be quite pleasant. Now that Lin Fei had found the 7-colored ruler, he would not leave her be. After all, she was his maidservant. With the 8-star rulers continuously appearing, their small team really did not have the ability to protect themselves. The people from the Windcloud clan were the best example. As long as an 8-star ruler attacked, their team would immediately fall apart. No one could block an 8-star ruler's attack. Lin Fei felt that it was better to keep her by his side. She had a god-tier technique and godly power to support her. Lin Fei was confident he could kill an 8-star ruler. Let's see how many god-tier slashes he could take. Kakik, just as they were about to leave, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilly wind blew. The area instantly darkened. It was as if night had fallen. Who killed my nephew just now? A cold voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop. The 5 rulers couldn't help but shiver as the wind blew past them. Ruler Fei Yun and the other rulers were shocked. The area became chaotic. Only an 8-star ruler could use such a technique. Senior, you must be mistaken. How could we kill your nephew? Fei Yun braced himself and said. In the darkness, a huge foot appeared. This foot was like a mountain. It stretched out from the void, followed by another foot, until the other party was like a towering mountain. Sovereign Night King. Hegemon Fei Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. He recognized this hegemon and was scared out of his wit. Not bad, you actually recognize me. The towering mountain giant shrunk to 90 feet tall. Since you know my name, then you should know my temper. Did you kill my nephew? My mouth has become a crow's mouth? An 8-star dominator has really appeared. Lin Fei, who was in the void, did not know what to say. Lin Fei knew very well that they had just killed a few sovereigns. They were most likely fighting over the deity roots, or they had met a person who was trying to rob them of their deity root. Lin Fei had encountered this situation more than a dozen times. It wasn't the other party who killed him. If you didn't kill me, I killed you. It seemed like their luck was pretty bad. Among the dead, one of them had a backer. One of them actually had a backer. He must have spread the news before he died. This 8-star ruler had rushed over. In fact, Lin Fei's guess was very accurate. Hegemon Fei Yun had indeed been surrounded by a group of sovereigns. She had relied on the 7-colored ruler's illusion to hold them back, and the 5 of them had killed them all. They knew that they were in big trouble now. Apart from the 7-colored ruler, who did not know the name Sovereign Night King, the other 4 sovereigns had ugly expressions. Sovereign Night King was a powerful sovereign in the Dark Territory. He was also one of the 8 great generals under the Dark Ruler. He was extremely powerful. Countless people wanted to kill Sovereign Night King, but no one dared to do so. Even the 9-star sovereigns could only bear with it. This was because Sovereign Night King's backer was the Dark Ruler. The Dark Ruler was an overlord in the Endless Territory, and had the power to kill 9-star sovereigns. This was the main reason why Hegemon Fei Yun's expression had changed so many times. Sovereign Night King was too famous. Even though Hegemon Fei Yun's family had 3 9-star sovereigns and was considered a top-notch family in the Endless Territory, they did not dare to face Sovereign Night King's anger. Hegemon Fei Yun could not understand why one of the sovereigns who had killed and stolen was Sovereign Night King's nephew. You're purposely setting a trap for me. Sovereign Night King did not care too much about his nephew. If he died, so be it. He had to pay the price for killing his nephew. This was Sovereign Night King's thought process. Senior Night King, I really did not kill your nephew. Hegemon Fei Yun hurriedly said, I can swear on the Fei family's character. Sovereign Night King was expressionless. You are from the Fei family. Hegemon Fei Yun was delighted. I am indeed from the Fei family. If I dare lie, you can come to the Fei family to settle the score. So the person who killed my nephew wasn't you? Who was it? Sovereign Night King knew of the Fei family. They had 3 9-star sovereigns. Everyone knew that they were quite famous in the Endless Territory. She was the one who killed him. Senior Night King's nephew was killed by her. She specializes in illusions. Without her help, we would not have been able to win. Hegemon Fei Yun's words caused the remaining 3 sovereigns to pin the crime on the 7-colored sovereign. They knew how powerful Sovereign Night King was. The family behind him could not afford to offend him. The Darkness Sovereign was an overlord who controlled a battle fortress. He could easily destroy a sect or a territory. When the 7-colored sovereign saw the other party appear, he cursed inwardly. The other party's aura was tyrannical, and he had a murderous aura like an endless ocean. Just the murderous aura alone made the seven-colored sovereign uncomfortable. What worried the seven-colored sovereign even more happened. They were pinning the crime on him. They were asking him to die. You're all lying. I used an illusion. You killed him. The seven-colored sovereign tried to defend himself. His face turned pale. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also furious. I knew that person was up to no good. If the other party had only wanted to seduce his servant girl, Lin Fei would at most be unhappy. Chapter 1567. Lin Fei was furious. Sovereign Knight Sovereign said calmly, "You know what to do." Feiyun knew that she would survive just from this sentence. As for the seven-colored dominator, she was just a pretty dominator. If she died, so be it. It was better than dying herself. Pfft. Feiyun's left arm exploded. "Thank you for not killing me, Senior." The arm would not be able to recover for a long time at least, unless she left this place and returned to her Fei family. "Don't kill us! We didn't kill your nephew." Sovereign Knight Sovereign moved his fingers slightly, and the remaining man and woman exploded. A 7-star dominator could not last more than a night against an 8-star dominator. Wind illusion. The 7-colored dominator's face was pale, but she knew to resist. The 8-star dominator's terrifying power attacked and shattered the 7-colored dominator. However, this was just an illusion. Her real body appeared millions of miles away. Boom, boom. As the wind blew past, illusions appeared, densely packed together. However, the power of an 8-star sovereign was crushing everything in its path, shattering all the illusions in the area. The 7-colored dominator spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Her rainbow-colored dominator battle robe was full of cracks. If you were an 8-star dominator, I might be a little afraid of using this level of illusion. You can't even withstand a single blow. Sovereign Knight Sovereign said disapprovingly. "Senior, this woman killed your nephew. Leave this small matter to me. Why do you need to do it? I'll cut off her head myself." Feiyun said flatteringly. Feiyun was nothing in front of this 8-star dominator, Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Interesting. Feiyun understood what Sovereign Knight Sovereign meant. Die, bitch. Feiyun's power was not affected much after losing an arm. It might be a problem to take down others, but it was much easier to deal with the 7-colored dominator. Boom. A domineering fist art turned into a black shadow and shot forward. "You shameless B*****starred. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." The 7-colored dominator had been injured long ago. Most of her power was used to resist Sovereign Knight Sovereign's great Dao power. A 7-colored bridge blocked in front of her. "Who told you to kill Senior's nephew? If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Feiyun had to kill this guy himself. There was no one else around anyway." The 7-colored bridge shook and cracks appeared on it. "You can't stop it." The rainbow bridge shook again, and more cracks appeared. Wind illusion. Water illusion. The 7-colored dominator used the 7-colored bridge to attack while casting illusions in an attempt to affect dominator Feiyun. However, the results were minimal. The illusions were broken one by one. "It's useless. I have the heart tranquility bead on me. I won't be affected by illusions." Another fist landed on the 7-colored bridge, causing it to explode into pieces. Hegemon Feiyun, a peak 7-colored hegemon, was far more powerful than the 7-colored hegemon. The 7-colored hegemon wept. "Hegemon Feiyun, you won't be happy for long even if you kill me. My master will definitely avenge me. An ant like you will die 100 times over in front of my master with a single finger." At this moment, the 7-colored ruler thought of that mischievous fellow. He loved to torture himself when he had nothing better to do. He loved to go out and bask in the sun when he had nothing to do. He made him cook and eat when he had nothing better to do. Even though he had never thought that the other party could become his master, the moment he threw caution to the wind, the 7-colored ruler finally said the word master. Perhaps even if he became a 7-star ruler, he still wouldn't be a match for that mischievous fellow. Not to mention Hegemen Feiyun. He could kill 90% of the rulers in Sky City. Who could do that? Who could obtain a battle fortress? And you, Knight Sovereign, my master will settle the score with you sooner or later. In front of my master, you are as weak as an ant. Just wait to live in a nightmare. The 7-colored ruler stared coldly at Knight Sovereign. Hegemen Feiyun's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? This B***TCH has a master. Could she be a follower? If that's the case, things will be bad. To have a 6-star ruler as a follower, that master must be at least an 8-star ruler. Hegemen Feiyun clenched her teeth in regret. How did this happen to her? This B***TCH had hidden herself too well. If her master really came looking for her, she might not dare to attack Knight Sovereign. However, she was different. She would definitely be hunted down. Hegemen Feiyun didn't want to live in a nightmare of being hunted down. Before Hegemen Feiyun could digest this information, she heard even more overbearing words. She almost fell from the sky. Wasn't this too arrogant? Was this B***TCH's master really that powerful? B***TCH, you're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. If that bullsh**T master of yours really dares to appear, I'll blow him up with one punch. I'll let him have a taste of my sure-kill fist. Hegemen Feiyun threw caution to the wind. Right now, she could only kill the 7-colored ruler. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to survive. Sure-kill fist. Hegemen Feiyun's movements suddenly slowed down. A murderous aura filled the sky and earth. Hegemen Feiyun's fist shot out slowly. It actually contained a trace of the time-great Tao. The fist intent turned into a dot and went straight for the 7-colored ruler's forehead. Fist intent. Sure-kill fist. Facing this fist, the 7-colored ruler seemed to have fallen into an endless murderous intent. No matter how she moved, she would be killed. The power of this fist exceeded the limit that the 7-colored ruler could withstand. The illusions couldn't hold on for long. The densely packed illusions were destroyed, and the 7-colored ruler kept coughing up blood. Hegemen Feiyun felt that she could finally heave a sigh of relief. Not many 7-star rulers could withstand her fist, let alone a 7-star ruler who had only recently advanced. There was no way she could survive. Boom! A murderous aura filled the air. You say this is your sure-kill fist? I don't think it's much. Don't brag too much. Be careful that you might explode. A mocking voice could be heard. Hegemen Feiyun's eyes widened. At that moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of the 7-colored ruler. He just stood there with a faint smile on his face. However, this smile, along with the voice from before, was extremely irritating to Hegemen Feiyun's ears. Could it be that he had helped this B***TCH block her sure-kill fist? Who are you? Stop putting on an act. The 7-colored ruler thought that he would definitely die. He couldn't block that fist. He didn't feel the pain of his body collapsing. Instead, he heard a familiar voice. Then, he saw a familiar black style and a head of long hair that fluttered in the wind. That's it. Chapter 1568. The 7-colored ruler was mesmerized. At the critical moment of life and death, the 7-colored ruler had never thought that the guy with the evil smile would save him and block ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch for him so easily. He was even stronger than when he had entered. In the battle that day, the 7-colored ruler was the only one who hadn't died. The others were all dead. In such a short time, Di Tian's strength had become unfathomable. Ruler Fei Yun's sure-kill punch couldn't break through Di Tian's defense. I'll always be your servant. This time, the 7-colored ruler spoke from the bottom of his heart. The 7-colored ruler felt that he was fated to have a master who could protect him. You're his master. Ruler Fei Yun was shocked. He was indeed shocked by the person in front of him. Meanwhile, the 7-colored ruler's words kept echoing in his ears. This was his master. This was like a blow to the head. His most powerful sure-kill punch had been blocked. Was he a match for him? Ruler Fei Yun's gaze suddenly landed on him. He couldn't help but laugh as if he had understood something. Bitch, this is your master. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a 5-star ruler. Ha ha ha, is this what you're relying on? It turned out that ruler Fei Yun had seen through his opponent's realm. 5-star ruler realm. That was 2 realms lower than him. Feiyun Hegemen wanted nothing more than to slap that B***tch. She had almost been scared to death. As for the fact that she had blocked his punch, Feiyun Hegemen had long since forgotten about it. Perhaps she had used some powerful treasures and wouldn't be able to do much. Ruler Feiyun was completely calm now. A 5-star ruler and a 7-star ruler were not easy to kill. A pair of despicable men and women. Let me send you to hell. Feiyun unleashed the sure-kill fist once again. This time, he wanted to kill them in one blow. He also pushed his power to the limit. Lin Fei turned around and didn't even look at him. How dare you touch my servant? I'll give you a quick death. Hua, a domineering saber slashed through the air. This saber was extremely domineering. Hegemen Feiyun laughed coldly and thought to himself, this guy dares to say that he'll kill me? He doesn't even know how strong he is. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a domineering saber slashed over. Even he was unable to dodge, and could only watch as the saber landed on his body. The treasure left behind by the patriarch was also activated, but it was still slashed apart by the saber. Next, he watched as his body was shattered into pieces. I'm dead. Lin Fei's slash consumed more divinity points. Just one slash was enough to take the other party's life. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. This kind of person should be killed with a single slash. Off to the side, the 7-colored sovereign's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her jade-like lips were parted. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This was a peak 7-star sovereign. Are you happy now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Master, you're amazing. The 7-colored sovereign smiled. The 7-colored ruler had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen anyone improve so quickly. Even Feiyun, who was a peak 7-star ruler, could not escape death after activating his protective treasure. Stand to the side and watch as your master takes revenge for you. Lin Fei pointed with his saber, and the blade flashed. Fellow Taoist Knight Sovereign, I heard that you wanted to kill my maidservant just now. Now that I, the master, am here, what do you think I should do? The 7-colored sovereign was mesmerized by this point. After cultivating for so long, the 7-colored sovereign had never seen a 5-star ruler reprimand an 8-star ruler, much less an extremely powerful 8-star ruler. Most importantly, this was to take revenge for him. The 7-colored sovereign had never thought that someone would take revenge for him in front of a major figure. Perhaps this was something that only happened in dreams. The 7-colored sovereign felt a sense of bliss, even if she was just a maidservant. Sovereign Knight Sovereign acted as if he was watching a show. Hegemen Night King knew exactly how his nephew had died. The Fei family was powerful, and some of the generals under the Lord's command were on good terms with the Fei family. This was why Hegemen Night King had cut off one of Hegemen Fei Yun's arms. Logically speaking, everything should have developed according to plan. When Sovereign Knight Sovereign heard the 7-colored sovereign's threat, he didn't take it to heart at all. It wasn't that he had never heard someone say something like this before. Master? Wasn't it just a 7-star ruler or an 8-star ruler? If an ordinary 8-star ruler came, he could easily deal with him. Even an 8-star ruler would have to think twice before making things difficult for himself for the sake of a follower. Hegemen Night King hadn't expected that this woman's master would actually show up. She'd blocked a killing blow and easily killed Hegemen Feiyun. This wasn't the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that this guy was only a 5-star ruler. The saber technique that had killed Feiyun was extremely domineering, and he had even threatened Sovereign Knight Sovereign. Sovereign Knight Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. This was really interesting. Your saber technique just now wasn't bad. It looked simple, but it contained unparalleled power. This shouldn't be your power. The Knight Sovereign looked down from above. I'm quite interested in your saber technique. If you take the initiative to hand it over, I can leave both of your corpses intact. If I do it myself, you won't have a chance. As one of the 8 great generals, Sovereign Knight Sovereign had seen all kinds of cultivation technique. The only thing that interested him was a god-tier cultivation technique. Right now, this saber technique piqued his interest. He could see its potential. If he used it himself, perhaps no 8-star ruler would be a match for him anymore. Lin Fei turned and smiled at the 7-colored sovereign. Come, help me massage my shoulders. If I don't massage them, I'll feel uncomfortable. The 7-colored sovereign was shocked. She hesitated for a moment, but still came forward. She placed her jade-like hands on his shoulders and gently massaged them. You're too weak. It seems like you forgot to ask for more. Lin Fei ignored Sovereign Knight Sovereign's words. Sovereign Knight Sovereign raised his eyebrows. You're quite daring. You actually dare to reject me? Then I'll do it myself. Let's see what you're capable of. How dare you act in front of me? Whoosh! Sovereign Knight Sovereign exhaled, and 2 terrifying black saber lights swept toward him like soft willow leaves. The power of this saber strike had the power of an 8-star ruler. With 2 saber strikes, he could easily kill an early-stage 8-star ruler. A junior like you dares to make a move. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he swung his saber. I'll show you what a real saber technique is. Bang! Bang! The black saber light was shattered. Lin Fei's saber strike wasn't over yet. Burn your divinity points. Boom! 50,000 divinity points instantly evaporated. Surging divine power poured in. The long and narrow saber light blasted out. The ruler saber in Lin Fei's hand exploded into dust. Chapter 1570. The aura of this saber had reached its limit. In this space, the 8-star sovereigns all sensed the powerful aura erupting out of them. Their hearts palpitated. The aura affected them. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped and looked into the distance, trying to see where the aura was coming from. Their divine senses swept across the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As their divine senses approached, they were met with wave after wave of terrifying pressure, which directly crushed their divine senses and caused them to explode under this pressure. Who is so powerful? Did someone break through from the 8-star ruler realm to the 9-star ruler realm? Is it a divine tier cultivation technique? Echoes reverberated in the sky. No one dared to check. This terrifying aura was enough to kill them. The 8-star rulers who looked in one direction subconsciously felt their hearts palpitate. Ruler Knight Sovereign did not care about a 5-star ruler. As long as he was on guard, the other party's saber technique would not be able to unleash its true power. The moment the saber technique unleashed its terrifying aura, Ruler Knight Sovereign cursed. You're shameless. The surging saber light crushed Ruler Knight Sovereign's body. There was no time to react. There was no treasure that could block this saber strike. I'll be back. Fragments filled the sky, leaving behind Ruler Knight Sovereign's voice. It's actually a clone. Lin Fei curled his lips, not very satisfied. 8-star sovereigns weren't that easy to kill, so it was normal. Fortunately, I obtained more than 3,000 divinity points. Lin Fei did not care about the divinity points consumed. He had to be ruthless when dealing with an 8-star ruler. You killed Ruler Knight Sovereign, an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler felt uneasy. That was an 8-star ruler, and one of the 8 great generals under the darkness ruler. You are my maid. Since he bullied you, he had to accept the punishment. Don't you like it? Lin Fei looked at the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. I like it very much. I just haven't accepted this news yet. Darkness Dominion. This was a huge dominion that controlled 8 dominion regions. Every territory had a general under it. At this moment, a roar came from a grand palace in the Night Monarch Dominion, and it shook the space apart. The entire Night Monarch Dominion was in an uproar. Who had offended Hegemon Night King? My doppelganger. Hegemon Night King coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened significantly. My doppelganger was actually killed by someone with a single slash. That was a doppelganger that had 80% of my battle power. That hateful guy is really hateful. Sooner or later, I will tear him into pieces. The Night Sovereign was connected to his clone. Hegemon Night Sovereign knew everything about the clone. To be able to kill my doppelganger in a single slash, that saber art must be a deity-grade art. That fellow is too shameless. He used a deity-grade art as a 5-star sovereign. How can there be such a shameless fellow? Hegemon Night King continued to howl in his private room. That was a god-tier cultivation technique. Even he didn't have a god-tier cultivation technique, yet this little fellow had used it to scam him. He had always been the one killing people. This time, someone had destroyed a doppelganger that Hegemon Night King had paid a huge price to refine. It could be said that he had lost a large piece of flesh. This loss of flesh was heart-wrenching. Men, pass down my order. Put a bounty on this person's head. I want him to become a street rat that everyone in the Endless Dominion wants to kill. You killed Hegemon Night King's clone. Given his temper, he will definitely put a bounty on your head. The 7-colored ruler was roasting meat, and her pretty face was filled with worry. The 7-colored ruler was a sentimental woman. The 7-colored ruler had heard of Hegemon Night King's reputation. After all, he was one of the generals under a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King definitely wouldn't take this lying down. The 7-colored ruler couldn't help but worry. Roast the meat in peace. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Fei didn't mind. He refined everything in Hegemon Night King's storage ring, such as god roots and holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about killing the subordinate of a supreme overlord. Hegemon Night King was a supreme overlord. If he angered him, he would also activate the battle fortress. At that time, let's see who would be afraid of whom. Moreover, he had invincible defense and a large number of divinity points. Lin Fei had many ways to fight back. Using the fire, the 7-colored ruler peeked out of the corner of his eye. Hegemon Night King was still so calm after killing an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler really hadn't seen many people who could do this. Soon, the roast meat was done. Lin Fei hadn't eaten roast meat in a long time. The familiar taste of roast meat was very satisfying. An immortal beast was quickly eaten. What level are your illusions at? Lin Fei casually asked after eating. I can affect a 7-star ruler, but not an 8-star ruler. The 7-colored ruler answered truthfully, appearing weak. Lin Fei didn't know much about illusions. To be able to affect a 7-star ruler, illusions were quite extraordinary. After today's matter, Lin Fei felt that he had to help the maid a little. Try this and see if it's helpful to your illusions. Lin Fei took out a supreme-grade experience pill. These things were piled up like a mountain and were of no use to Lin Fei. After you consume the elixir, you can try to practice illusion techniques. Lin Fei added. The 7-colored ruler didn't ask what pill it was. She cultivated illusions according to the requirement. After this cultivation, her originally stagnant illusions actually loosened a little. This wasn't usually the case. However, this loosening was short-lived. The 7-colored ruler revealed an excited expression. Master, this pill of yours is too magical. As long as I have enough pills, my illusions should be able to break through again. It was good that it was useful. Lin Fei threw out a storage ring. Take it and use it. I'll wait for you to break through. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, the 7-colored ruler knew that this maid of hers was too weak. She hoped that her strength could break through. This feeling was especially strong after Lin Fei killed the Night King's ruler avatar. In the territory, there were rulers who attached themselves to powerful rulers. This was especially true for someone like her who wasn't very strong. Master, I won't disappoint you. That day, the seven-colored ruler used a treasure and began to cultivate illusions in seclusion. However, Lin Fei's casual behavior had nurtured a powerful illusion ruler. Her might shook the territory, and no one in the territory could compare to her. The seven-colored ruler cultivated illusions in seclusion. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He was busy fighting monsters and leveling up. 1 month later, Lin Fei broke through from the 5-star ruler realm to the 6-star ruler realm. He could be considered a mid-level ruler. 3 months later, the 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Using the Supreme Grade Experience Pill, he raised his illusions to the 8-star ruler level. Once he used it, layers of illusions would appear. It was enough to affect the judgment of an 8-star ruler. At this moment, if the 7-colored ruler encountered the Night King again, she could easily escape by relying on illusions. She wouldn't be broken by the Night King's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The 7-colored ruler came out of seclusion. Not long after, a huge golden mountain appeared between the heavens and the earth, towering between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 1571. A golden mountain. Everyone in the area stopped moving. Their gazes all fell on the golden mountain. The golden mountain emitted a faint golden light. The huge golden mountain was enveloped in the golden light. Occasionally, a golden immortal beast would rush out and look at the world. Then, it would return to the mountain. All kinds of golden immortal beasts that had never been seen before appeared on the mountain. This was the divine mountain they had been waiting for. The divine general platform was on the golden divine mountain. The divine mountain has finally appeared. The craziest moment is here. I wonder who can enter the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance. There's no need to think about the inheritance. If we can obtain a divine grade cultivation technique on the divine mountain, we will have a great harvest. Everyone was eager to move. Master, that's the divine mountain. The 7-colored overlord looked at the golden mountain. When his divine sense reached the mountain's periphery, it was blocked by the golden light. He couldn't see what was inside. Is this the divine mountain? At this time, Lin Fei wasn't shocked. Instead, he was excited. Lin Fei didn't know much about the divine mountain. However, he knew one thing. At the peak of the divine mountain was the goal of this trip, the divine general platform. The divine general platform is at the peak of this mountain. Rumor has it that all kinds of good things come from the divine mountain, and the divine mountain is more dangerous than the outside world. The 7-colored overlord was also very excited. He was lucky enough to see the divine mountain. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine general platform. As for the divine servant's mission, Lin Fei didn't want to care about it for now. Because just now, Little Fiend had sent him a message. Those golden immortal beasts that rode on the clouds were filled with a lot of divinity point. This was what made Lin Fei excited. Let's go up the mountain and see what good things there are. The sovereigns from all directions were all heading towards the divine mountain. Rulers with powerful auras rushed toward the divine mountain. At this time, the 4-star to 6-star rulers had to stand aside. Even the 7-star rulers had to be careful. More and more 8-star rulers appeared. The divine mountain is open. I'll go in first. Ah! A ball of flame soared into the sky and entered the divine mountain, leaving behind a loud sound that echoed. That's the fire god ruler. The rumored 8-star ruler. I didn't expect him to come too. This was just the beginning. The 8-star sovereigns charged straight into the divine mountain. Anyone who got in front of them was suppressed by the pressure of the 8-star sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they were instantly killed. In just half a day's time, quite a few sovereigns had died on the outskirts of the divine mountains. The most powerful hegemons all entered one after the other. Even some of the famous 8-star hegemons made their appearance this time, entering this long-awaited divine mountain. Lin Fei was just as fast as the 7-colored sovereign. Lin Fei didn't even consider the idea of being the first to enter. The 8-star sovereigns were famous for their ferocity. To Lin Fei, being the first or second made no difference. The most important thing was what they could gain from it. In Lin Fei's subconscious mind, the thing inside shouldn't disappoint him. When the golden divine mountain gradually appeared in front of him, Lin Fei could feel how big the divine mountain was. Big. It was extremely huge. It was as if he was facing a huge monster. Right now, Lin Fei was at most 50 million kilometers away from the God Mountain, but it felt as if the God Mountain was right in front of him. Whoosh! At this time, hundreds of treasures suddenly flew out of the sky above the divine mountain, whistling in all directions. It's a treasure! A ruler's treasure. That long saber just now is even more powerful than the ruler weapon I have. It must be a high-grade ruler weapon. Good stuff, really good stuff. The hundreds of treasures immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Those who were preparing to enter all chased after the treasures. If they could obtain one, their combat strength would increase. Master, a treasure is coming towards us. The 7-colored sovereign sensed a beam of light coming in their direction. Her pretty face revealed excitement and eagerness. We're quite lucky. We have to accept the gift no matter what. Master, I'll go and accept it. The 7-colored sovereign went up to meet it. An illusion. Layer after layer of illusions blocked in front of the treasure. The 7-colored sovereign was smart. He created a large group of immortals to attack the treasure and slow it down. This illusion is pretty good. This method of collecting treasures was very novel. Lin Fei was full of praise. These illusions were very realistic, making it hard to tell if they were real or fake. In Lin Fei's eyes, this level of illusion was still lacking. The 7-colored sovereign put away the treasure. A high-grade ruler treasure. And it seems to be a defensive treasure. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite lucky. It should be able to defend against a 7-star sovereign's attack. If you have time to refine it, you'll have another layer of protection. Lin Fei didn't care about this kind of thing. With an invincible defense, he indeed didn't care about ordinary defensive treasures. The 7-colored sovereign was very happy to be able to obtain a treasure so easily. As for handing it over to Lin Fei, he wouldn't want it at all. She knew very well that her master had countless treasures on him. I want this treasure. Hand it over. Boom! A long spear pierced through the void, and an arrogant and despotic voice could be heard. Over 100 treasures were fighting over. For the sovereigns who were rushing toward the God Mountain, there was simply too little. Some sovereigns who couldn't get anything turned their attention to others. For example, this person. Dream on. The 7-colored sovereign left behind an illusion clone. His real body had already left. A terrifying illusion enveloped him, especially since his opponent was also a 7-star sovereign. Lin Fei didn't make a move. The 7-colored sovereign was too weak now. There was no point in killing him. This was a good chance for him to train. The 7-star sovereign's combat strength wasn't bad. Seeing that the 7-colored sovereign's cultivation level wasn't any lower than his, he thought that he was easy to bully. However, his attack failed and he was trapped in an illusion. Just a mere illusion break for me. Boom boom boom. The 7-star sovereign was very confident. He kept breaking the illusion. After consuming a supreme-grade experience pill, the 7-colored sovereign's illusion had reached an extremely high level. It wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Kill yourself. Layers of illusions were cast. The 7-star sovereign's sea of consciousness was broken. A faint voice rang out. The 7-star sovereign shattered himself with a palm strike, and a large pile of items fell out. Chapter 1572. Not bad, not bad. That's the effect I want. The outer region of God Mountain was not peaceful. Hundreds of ruler treasures flew out, and everyone fought for them. The rulers who could not get the treasures chose to attack the weaker rulers. Another bloody battle ensued. The combination of Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler was naturally not taken seriously by anyone. When one person attacked, a second person would attack. The ones who attacked were all seven-star rulers. The seven-colored ruler was becoming more and more familiar with illusions. He used illusions to trap people while Lin Fei attacked from the side. He revealed a bit of the combat power of a seven-star ruler. After killing more than 27-star rulers, the nearby 7-star rulers did not dare to attack again. One had tyrannical attacks, while the other was good at illusions. They had no chance of winning, so they could only give up. A bunch of cowards. The seven-colored ruler showed a rare girlish side. Lin Fei smiled. They can't break your illusions. Once they get entangled, they will die. Who would dare to come? The seven-colored ruler looked very proud. Without the medicinal pills that Lin Fei had given him, it would have been unrealistic for him to improve his illusions. Without being harassed by outsiders, Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler entered God Mountain. What? They entered God Mountain. Divine light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged toward their bodies. There's so much divine light. Lin Fei was shocked. He looked at the seven-colored ruler beside him and revealed a satisfied expression. Lin Fei sealed his pores to prevent the divine light from entering. Master, I feel so good. The seven-colored ruler moaned. Lin Fei had always been suspicious of this space. He was afraid of the divine light. Open your pores and let the divine light enter. The system will help you convert it into divinity points. The little devil's voice sounded in his ear. Divine light can be exchanged for divinity points? The little devil said, why not? Lin Fei had nothing to say. Lin Fei was very satisfied that the system had helped him solve this problem. As for whether or not the divine light was really harmful, Lin Fei couldn't guarantee it now. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time. Large amounts of divine light poured into Lin Fei's body. Divinity points would be converted into whatever went in. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 divinity point. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 1 divinity point. The voice kept reminding him. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the seven-colored sovereign came back to his senses, and his entire body released a trace of divinity. Master, what a freak! You actually formed a vortex. At that moment, a massive vortex had appeared in front of Lin Fei. Divine light kept pouring into it. It was like a bottomless pit. The seven-colored overlord didn't know what to say. This vortex was quickly suppressed by Lin Fei, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to normal. The amount of divinity points converted was not high, so Lin Fei controlled the pores on his body. He originally wanted to ask the seven-colored ruler if he felt uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After entering the sacred mountain for a while, Lin Fei suspected that he had arrived at a paradise. This place was filled with a large amount of divine light that spread everywhere. From time to time, a Jingguang mist would appear and blow out. The immortal herbs that lived here basically all had a trace of divinity. Their quality surpassed that of ordinary immortal herbs, and their effects were also exceptionally good. Master, look. That's a 10,000-year-old greenwood grass. This is a 100,000-year-old three-leaf sky blue flower. The sky above the sacred mountain was restricted by restrictions. Lin Fei and the seven-colored ruler could only move in the forest or fly at low altitude. The resources here were beyond imagination. The seven-colored ruler's eyesight was better than Lin Fei's. He had collected many immortal herbs, and even some rare immortal herbs could be found here. Lin Fei didn't care too much about these immortal herbs. However, these immortal herbs had a trace of divinity and could be exchanged for divinity points. This made Lin Fei happy again. The two of them plundered the immortal herbs wantonly. As long as they weren't too good, Lin Fei would exchange them for divinity points. He didn't know if he could come to this place again. Lin Fei didn't hold back and directly swept through the place. Everywhere he passed was a mess. Lin Fei's divinity points were also rapidly breaking through. Golden snake fruit. The two of them continued to move and didn't encounter any rulers for now. At this moment, the seven-colored ruler's eyes lit up. He discovered that there were a few golden fruits hanging on a towering tree not far away. They were already close to ripening. Roar! The seven-colored ruler wanted to harvest them even more. A golden immortal beast leaped out from behind the towering tree. It looked like a leopard. Heaven-burning beast! The seven-colored ruler cried out. Crash! The heaven-burning beast turned into an afterimage, and the seven-colored ruler was sent flying by a huge force. A tear appeared on the mid-grade ruler battle robe it wore. Roar! The heaven-burning beast pounced over again, its two claws as sharp as knives. The seven-colored ruler created a large illusory realm and barely managed to escape from its claws. Even so, it still felt a lingering fear. The illusory realm it created was broken by the heaven-burning beast in a few moves. Roar, roar, roar! A golden shockwave swept toward the two of them like a wave. Lin Fei had been on guard. He felt that this divine mountain wasn't ordinary. The seven-colored ruler was in danger in the blink of an eye. The sound wave attacked. Lin Fei rushed over, grabbed the seven-colored ruler, and retreated. The place where the two of them had been turned into a black hole. What a powerful heaven-burning beast! Lin Fei could see clearly that this beast's attack power was terrifying. The seven-colored ruler's illusory technique was ineffective against it. After its first attack failed, it charged over again. Lie down. Lin Fei released the Great Sword Qi secret technique. 5 Great Sword Qi wrapped around the beast's body. Only a cracking sound could be heard. The Great Sword Qi secret technique was unable to cut the heaven-burning beast. Its defense is so strong? Lin Fei was shocked. Even his Great Sword Qi secret technique couldn't do anything to this beast. Master, this is a race that disappeared. Its physical body is invincible. Boom! Boom! The heaven-burning beast suddenly roared. The Great Sword Qi on its body was completely shattered. The heaven-burning beast once again turned into a stream of light and shot out more than 10 sharp lights. Lin Fei had just moved when the attacks landed on his chest. Whoosh! 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 The ruler battle armor on Lin Fei's chest was cut open, leaving traces of blood. F***ck so fierce! This was the first time Lin Fei's defense had been broken by a beast. Even if it was just a trace of blood, it was enough to make his expression change. There was such a terrifying existence on the divine mountain. Roar! Roar! Roars came from all directions in the forest. Another 5 golden heaven-burning beasts emerged. One of them was even larger, and it shot a cold light at Lin Fei. Master, be careful! Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold light turned into a physical attack, leaving 2 bloody wounds in front of Lin Fei. The smell of blood filled the air. The heaven-burning beasts became especially bloodthirsty. Chapter 1573. The heaven-burning beast's actions infuriated Lin Fei. So what if it's a rare race? What's so great about having an invincible body? Lin Fei felt very disdainful. However, there was one thing that he could not deny: the heaven-burning beast's strength. Even the Rainbow Ruler, whose illusions had improved by leaps and bounds, was no match for it. These heaven-burning beasts were enough to make him lose a few pots. Invincible Defense, activate. Lin Fei activated his invincible defense and faced the largest heaven-burning beast. The opponent's attack came at the same time. Its claws were like sharp blades, and Lin Fei clashed head-on with its claws. Bang! With this clash, a bottomless black hole appeared behind Lin Fei. The 7-colored Dominator dodged quickly, and her beautiful eyes kept twitching. The recorded history is right. The heaven-burning beasts are truly a terrifying race. If it wasn't for Di Tian, the 7-colored Dominator could imagine what would have happened to her. As soon as Lin Fei clashed with the heaven-burning beast, he could feel its terrifying attack power. If he hadn't activated his invincible defense, he would have lost a piece of flesh. Slash! The terrifying saber light turned into a saber river that swept forward. The heaven-burning beast roared into the sky. The sound waves were like a storm roaring on the saber river, but the saber river didn't move at all. Wah! The saber river wrapped around the heaven-burning beast. Roar! Damn, its defense is so strong. This attack was enough to kill a 7-star Dominator, but it didn't cause any damage to the heaven-burning beast. Lin Fei's heart was moved. The sacred mountain was really mysterious. There was actually such a race that existed. With such a strong defense, ordinary Dominators would probably be in big trouble if they encountered it. I wonder how many divinity points I'll get from killing this heaven-burning beast. I think it'll be more than the Dominators. Lin Fei thought. Again. Lin Fei slashed at the largest heaven-burning beast again. Boom boom boom. Every slash released a terrifying aura. If I can't kill you with one slash, I'll use 2 slashes. I don't believe I can't kill you. As for the attacks from the lesser heaven-burning beasts, Lin Fei chose to ignore them. Furthermore, they were very close to each other. Thus, every one of Lin Fei's attacks landed on the heaven-burning beast. From afar, Lin Fei looked like he was surrounded and attacked by a group of golden beasts. Terrifying auras soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds as if they were trying to shake off the golden light. Roar! 10 consecutive strikes. Lin Fei finally blasted open the powerful defense. Drops of golden blood dripped down. Die! Another stab followed the wound. Lin Fei was very good at grasping opportunities, as the wound actually showed signs of healing in that instant. He used void evasion and appeared above the heaven-burning beast, taking advantage of this opportunity to execute this saber strike. The heaven-burning beast let out a cry of despair. Its huge body exploded, leaving behind a shining golden crystal. Ding! Killed the heaven-burning beast, obtained 5,000 divinity points. Ding! Obtained divinity crystal. The golden crystal fell. The surrounding heaven-burning beasts gave up on attacking and rushed toward the golden crystal, revealing greed. They seemed to be fighting over it. This is mine. The 5 rays of sword chi blocked in front of the heaven-burning beasts, and Lin Fei put away the crystals. He then used a god-tier saber slash, sending them flying. Again. It was much easier to kill them. Lin Fei used 4 slashes to kill them all. 5 crystals were left. Similarly, he obtained 10,000 divinity points, although it was not as much as the 5,000 divinity points he got from one heaven-burning beast. I've guessed it right. Ordinary rulers only got a few hundred divinity points, far less than these heaven-burning beasts. In terms of difficulty, the heaven-burning beasts were much harder to kill. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. As long as he didn't lose money, it was fine. Can these divinity crystals be exchanged for divinity points? Ever since he entered the God Mountain, Lin Fei would subconsciously associate everything on the mountain with divinity points. For example, the divinity crystals looked extraordinary. Master, are you okay? The 7-colored ruler flew over. My heart aches. Lin Fei laughed. The 7-colored ruler immediately revealed a shy expression. We have to be careful from now on. There seems to be a lot of heaven-burning beasts here. Let's change places first. Lin Fei was surrounded by black holes. The 2 of them changed directions and flew toward the mountain peak. At the same time, they were even more vigilant than before. There are no more heaven-burning beasts outside our territory. This is the first time I've seen one. Their attacks are indeed very overbearing. My illusions are useless against them unless I have a high-quality ruler's battle armor to protect me. The 7-colored ruler still had lingering fears. Do you know about divinity crystals? Lin Fei asked the 7-colored ruler. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the specific origins of the heaven-burning beasts. For them to appear on the God Mountain, They must be related to the person who created this space. Lin Fei wasn't concerned about this, but about divinity crystals. Not long ago, Lin Fei learned from the system that each divinity crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 divinity points. Each divinity crystal had a different quality. It could be exchanged for different divinity points. Just from this, Lin Fei realized that divinity crystals weren't simple. In a short time, these heaven-burning beasts had contributed about 100,000 divinity points to Lin Fei. That shiny thing just now was a divinity crystal? The seven-colored ruler's body trembled slightly, and he revealed an expression of disbelief. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong. Looks like you know about divinity crystals. Tell me about them. The seven-colored ruler hurriedly shook his head. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I actually heard about divinity crystals from ruler Fei Yun by accident because they accidentally let it slip. They know about it too? On second thought, they were all major families in the territory. Divinity crystals were a secret among the lower levels, but it might not be a secret among their circle. They said that apart from the divine general platform, the other goal of this trip was to collect divinity crystals. It seems like this thing can help them stabilize their positions. Lin Fei touched his chin and roughly guessed what they were thinking. Perhaps they were currying favor with someone. This was because divinity crystals contained divinity power. Divinity power could be used to activate divine-grade cultivation technique. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei started to suspect that the rulers of the 9 stars might have cultivated divine-grade cultivation techniques, which was why they were stronger than the other rulers. If they wanted to activate it, they probably needed the help of divinity crystals. Perhaps I'll be the one who gains the most from this trip. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Roar! A roar suddenly came from ahead. Heaven-burning beasts! Lin Fei released his divine senses and saw that tens of millions of miles away, 2 heaven-burning beasts were attacking a 6-star sovereign. A sound wave attack tore through the sovereign's battle clothes, while the other heaven-burning beast sliced the sovereign into several pieces and devoured them, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, a ferocious glint flashed in Lin Fei's direction. Roar! They charged forward. Chapter 1574. Was the taste strong? Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. What was important was that the sky-burning beast could be said to be tailor-made for him. As long as he had enough god crystals, it would be of great help to him. Lin Fei was still hoping to learn a few more divine-grade cultivation techniques and grasp stronger combat strength. Good timing! Lin Fei went up to meet them. Resplendent blade light enveloped the sky-burning beast. These two weren't very strong. They were dealt with in a few moves. After obtaining 2 god crystals, Lin Fei directly put them away and converted them into divinity points. The more divinity points he had, the better. The sacred mountain was huge. Ever since the 2 of them encountered the sky-burning beasts, they would appear from time to time in the dense forest, either one or several at once. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed on the sacred mountain. They didn't know how far they had advanced. Their focus was on hunting the sky-burning beast. Whenever a sky-burning beast appeared, Lin Fei would be the one to attack. He would end the battle cleanly and collect the god crystals. Ding! Obtained god crystals! Ding! Obtained 5,000 divinity points. Ding! Obtained 3,000 divinity points. His divinity points kept increasing. Lin Fei's total divinity points quickly broke through 1 million. Now that Lin Fei was the nemesis of the sky-burning beasts, they would become his divinity points. The sky-burning beasts that appeared were also getting stronger and stronger. Every time they fought, the 7-colored ruler's scalp would go numb. After his divinity points broke through 1 million and he killed 3 more sky-burning beasts, Lin Fei set up camp by a creek. The 7-colored ruler took out an immortal beast to roast. Every once in a while, Lin Fei would have a barbecued meat. Seeing the spices sprinkled on the roast meat and bringing out the hidden fragrance, Lin Fei couldn't help but praise. The seasoning that grows on the sacred mountain is really good. It's very easy to release the flavor perfectly. Of course, his stomach also began to protest. Not only were there medicinal herbs, but there were also all kinds of seasonings that contained traces of divinity. Lin Fei impolitely collected a lot of them and used them as spices for the barbecued meat. The taste of the barbecued meat was as delicious as he had imagined, and Lin Fei ate it to his heart's content. Your skills are getting better and better. The seven-colored ruler enjoyed it very much, but he also knew that the reason why the roasted meat was so delicious was because of the spices he had gathered. What a fragrant smell! While the two of them were immersed in the delicious food, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from the dense forest. Following that, an old man with a head of white hair and a ruddy complexion leapt out. He stared at the roasted meat over the fire and drooled. "Kiddo, you guys roasted this." The seven-colored sovereign was somewhat unhappy. This old man was also at the ruler realm, but it was not clear how strong he was. He had appeared out of nowhere, making the seven-colored ruler feel quite uncomfortable. This was a time that belonged to the two of them. If we didn't roast it, could it have appeared on its own? The seven-colored ruler retorted. The old man was not embarrassed at all. "I won't stand on ceremony with such delicious food. This is for you." A sparkling crystal flew out of it. A piece of roasted meat was missing from the fire. The seven-colored ruler did not even react. He did not even look at it and said unhappily, "How can you be like this?" The old man opened his mouth and bit the roasted meat. He mumbled, "Kiddo, I gave you something. Don't speak nonsense." Following that, he buried his head into the roasted meat. The seven-colored ruler wanted to say more, but Lin Fei pulled him back. "Forget it. We can't finish it anyway." From the moment the other party threw out the god crystal, Lin Fei knew that this person was not weak. No matter what, he had the combat power of an 8-star ruler. As for a 7-star ruler realm, he would not be able to kill the heaven-burning beast no matter what. Moreover, this heaven-burning beast was quite strong, which was even more proof of his strength. Although the seven-colored ruler did not say anything, he looked at the old man with an unfriendly gaze. "Kiddo, do you have any good wine?" Lin Fei did not drink much, but he brought some. "It's not very good. Do you want it?" "Yes, why not?" Lin Fei took out a jar of celestial brew and threw it to the strange old man. Eating roasted meat was just one of Lin Fei's hobbies. He did not eat much every time. Today, the remaining half was eaten by the old man. The jar of celestial brew was also finished. He patted his stomach with satisfaction and looked satisfied. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. "Kiddo, I think you are a good person. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go up again, or you will lose your life. Everyone can go up. Why can't we go up?" The seven-colored ruler did not think too much. I can't say. The old man shook his head and said mysteriously, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm leaving." The old man left as soon as he said that, rushing into a forest in the distance. The god crystal from before landed in Lin Fei's hand. He played with it, eating a piece of roasted meat and leaving a god crystal. How generous! That person did not respect us. Who cares about his god crystal? The seven-colored ruler was unhappy. In the eyes of others, she might be very excited. However, in her eyes, her master could be easily obtained. She really did not care about it. "Ha ha you!" Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Little did he know, on a towering tree with lush branches and leaves in the distance. "Did you hear that, old man? He doesn't care about your god crystal. If this gets out, those people will laugh. They might even become a joke after a meal." Two rulers stood on the towering tree. They were both very old. One of them, a black-robed ruler, was laughing at the other. The other ruler, the old man who had been eating the roasted meat, revealed a bitter smile. "Kiddos nowadays are really, when did you, a great ruler, become so kind to remind them?" The black-robed ruler asked with a smile. You are not that kind of person. Can't I be happy? I just can't stand what those people do. Every time the divine general platform opens, they will divide the divine mountain and take the God crystal for themselves. All the rulers who enter will be killed without mercy. I just hope that they don't go up. Ha, even a murderous demon king like you can sigh like that. I thought you were someone else. Forget it. Who asked me to be kind? As for whether to listen or not, it's not up to this old man to decide. By the way, I heard that the night ruler under the great dark ruler was killed? Yes. I heard that the great dark ruler's clone was furious. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find him. Ha ha ha, to think that the great dark ruler would have such a day. Those people are almost at the upper levels. We can't be slower than them. Master, do you think something has happened on the path up the mountain? Are we still going up? The seven-colored ruler was also worried. Isn't it just that someone has reserved the area in front? Lin Fei did not need to think to know that it was definitely a large Weaves faction that had reserved the area in front and shared the God Crystal. Chapter 1575. Lin Fei was not making random guesses. Based on the information the seven-colored ruler had obtained from ruler Zhang Feiyun, one thing was certain. God crystals were very important to them. Lin Fei also knew the importance of these things. For those peak experts, the divine power contained in God crystals was the key to activating a divine-grade cultivation technique. Everyone would place great importance on it. Thus, the areas of the God Mountain were destined to be taken over by others. To put it bluntly, it would be reserved by others. Any outsider who entered would either die or become cannon fodder. This was why that person had warned the two of them. That old man's status was not low and he knew many things. If it was someone else, Lin Fei would definitely leave. Just collecting medicinal herbs containing divinity would bring unimaginable benefit. There was no need to pay the price for things like God crystals. Being too greedy would not end well. Unfortunately, this did not have any effect on Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very bold. God crystals were very important to him. If someone wanted to reserve the area, he had to kill his way in and kill those heaven-burning beasts. Of course, obtaining God crystals from those people was also a good thing. There was no need to think about it. Lin Fei would definitely go in. When the time comes, you can stay in my senfu and don't come out. To be able to reserve the entire God Mountain was not something the other families could compare to. Lin Fei would be fine by himself. Can I not go in? Wait until your illusion technique reaches the large success stage. This is for your own good. The seven-colored ruler felt a sense of helplessness. She secretly swore that she would definitely reach the large success stage in her illusion technique. She knew that Lin Fei was doing this for her own good. Before entering, Lin Fei gave the seven-colored ruler a large pile of top-grade experience pills. Apart from that, he also obtained a few cultivation techniques related to illusion technique. Lin Fei did not lack divinity points after breaking through to 1 million. Moreover, these techniques were not expensive. The seven-colored ruler was so moved that she could not speak. Anyone who was not an idiot could see that these cultivation techniques were tailor-made for her. They were not things that ordinary people could obtain, but she had obtained them. I will definitely cultivate properly. This was the seven-colored ruler's last thought before entering the senfu. Lin Fei was not idle either. He was prepared to cultivate a few more deity-tier cultivation techniques so that he would have the confidence to enter. After all, this time, he would no longer be dealing with clans like the Mu clan. Perhaps he would encounter the truly great sects of the Weave. Snatching divine crystals was tantamount to snatching food from the owner. It was inevitable that the other party would send out 8-star sovereigns, and they might even send out several of them at once. Even though Lin Fei was now very powerful, with the ability to convert divine power and his invincible defense, ordinary 8-star sovereigns wouldn't need to worry about him. There were always all kinds of accidents in this world. Lin Fei had to think for himself. divine crystals were needed. How to easily obtain the divine crystals was also something that needed to be considered. Lin Fei entered the God Pavilion once again. This time, Lin Fei decided to switch to a suitable weapon. Low and mid-grade ruler weapons would shatter after a few hits. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. For the time being, there was no hope of obtaining a divine artifact. Lin Fei's target was a supreme-grade ruler weapon. Soul Extinguishing Saber, Supreme-Grade Ruler Battle Saber. It has an additional Soul Fright attribute. 100,000 divinity points. This was the supreme-grade ruler weapon that Lin Fei had his eyes on. It was also one of the more expensive supreme-grade ruler weapons. Lin Fei had his eyes on the Soul Fright attribute. Ordinary ruler weapons had almost no additional effects, and their power was limited. After all, in front of a true expert, they could be said to be vulnerable. I wonder how many times I can use this soul-extinguishing saber. Lin Fei calculated according to the previous algorithm. He should be able to use it within the range of 50 times. It was still acceptable. If he used it properly, it would be very easy to earn back his capital. It's a pity that divine weapons are too expensive. The cheapest divine weapon costs a huge amount. If I have a divine weapon, the power of my deity tier cultivation technique won't be limited. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and spent 100,000 divinity points to buy the Soul Extinguishing Saber. Once the Soul Extinguishing Saber was in Lin Fei's hands, the pressure that could obliterate the soul shocked Lin Fei. 100,000 divinity points was more worth it. To be on the safe side, Lin Fei exchanged for a high-grade ruler weapon. It did not have additional attribute. It only cost 10,000 divinity points. This price was the price of cabbages in Lin Fei's eyes. In the outside territories, this kind of weapon was expensive, and not everyone could buy it. Lin Fei bought a total of 5 high-grade ruler battle sabers. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to buy a mid-grade ruler battle saber. Unfortunately, there was no such saber in the God Pavilion. It was probably because the grade was too low. In desperation, Lin Fei could only set the battle saber as a high-grade ruler battle saber. This cost 150,000 divinity points. Next was Lin Fei's main point. Which type of cultivation technique would be more suitable for him? Little devil, do you have anything to say? Facing the different prices of cultivation methods, Lin Fei was also dazzled. After all, compared to the last time, Lin Fei could be considered to have turned over a new leaf. There were also more cultivation methods to consider. If I were you, I wouldn't be in a hurry to choose a cultivation technique. Instead, it is to improve your bloodline because your bloodline is too low, the little evil demon said. Lin Fei knew about the bloodline. The quality of your bloodline will allow you to easily master some special existences. If you practice cultivation techniques, you will get twice the result with half the effort. The stronger you are, the more important your bloodline becomes. This was the second time Lin Fei heard about his low bloodline. Lin Fei knew that this was because Little Devil had put it nicely. If he didn't, it would be an inferior bloodline. If he didn't have the leveling system, he would have been destined to never achieve anything great in his life. The improvement of bloodline was also a huge investment. If he wanted to improve his bloodline, it would be a huge number. This was also what Lin Fei had been hesitating about. If he really wanted to improve his bloodline, he would seem powerless and it would be very strenuous. Lin Fei pondered whether to improve his bloodline or not. Then what bloodline is the most suitable for you? This depends on your own choice. Moreover, the improvement of bloodline has to be done step by step. You don't have to be anxious. What you need to do now is to improve your bloodline. Then you will immediately realize the benefits of bloodline. Moreover, the level of bloodline will also determine the price you need to pay to decide on cultivation technique. And noble bloodline will also allow you to master additional attribute. Lin Fei did have some thoughts about what little evil demon said. In the past, young Master Fan and Venerable Su Feng were both extraordinary. In Little Evil Demon's words, their bloodline was nobler than his. As for the difference in strength, it was because they hadn't erupted yet. This time, these people with noble bloodlines would undoubtedly make great progress on the Divine General platform, and the gap between them would quickly close. Chapter 1576. Lin Fei decided to upgrade his bloodline. As he prepared to upgrade his bloodline, Lin Fei had a headache again. It turned out that upgrading bloodline needed to be done according to the level. It was like counting numbers. You had to start with 1, then 2, then 3, and not jump from 1 to 3. A headache was a headache, but upgrading bloodline was still necessary. Bye. This was what Lin Fei was doing now. Ding! Refined 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding! Obtained 1-star ruler blood essence. Ding! Refined 2-star ruler blood essence. Since the lowest supply in the Godloft was 1-star ruler blood essence, Lin Fei started with 1-star ruler blood essence. Fortunately, this thing was not expensive and could be considered very cheap. He spent less than 150,000 divinity points in total. Lin Fei's bloodline smoothly upgraded to 9 stars ruler bloodline. In other words, Lin Fei's bloodline had become noble. Even if he did not use the upgrade system, he could cultivate to 9 stars ruler realm if he slowly upgraded it. And all this cost less than 150,000 divinity points. As soon as his bloodline upgraded, Lin Fei felt different. It was a very mysterious feeling, and the divinity points were worth it. Can I refine the god bloodline next? After 9 stars ruler bloodline, Lin Fei had his eyes on the god bloodline. The fiend devil chuckled coldly. Right now, you have the bloodline of a 9-star sovereign lord. However, if you want to refine the blood of a heaven god, you'll need to reach the level of a 9-star sovereign lord. Then, you can refine some of the unique bloodlines that come with them. The little devil was straightforward and brought Lin Fei to another corner. Here were all special bloodlines. Lin Fei glanced at them. The price was not expensive, on the contrary, it was a bit cheap. Earth Barbarian Bear Blood Essence, 10,000 divinity points, after refining can open Barbarian Bear Body. Sky Feather Bloodline, 20,000 divinity points, after refining can grasp the speed of 9 stars ruler limit. Lin Fei's eyes were dazzled by these unique bloodlines. It was really a good thing. No matter what kind of essence blood it was, the bloodline that was refined would create a peerless expert. Even if they couldn't become an overlord, they would still be a tyrant. Lin Fei was tempted, but he did not choose to make a move. He had to think about it carefully. For example, speed. Lin Fei himself cultivated the void evasion technique, which was very useful to him at the moment. He did not need to cultivate other bloodlines. Lin Fei didn't really need the powerful blood essence right now. With a cultivation technique like the Divine Tier 1 Blade Chop and an endless supply of divinity points, Lin Fei didn't need to cultivate for the time being. No matter how tyrannical the other party was, if 100 slashes weren't enough, then 10,000 slashes would do. Lin Fei didn't believe that the other party would be able to persevere. I should focus on the aspects of space and time. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei set his eyes on the space bloodline and time bloodline. From what the 7-colored sovereign had said, these two types of constitutions were incredibly rare. They rarely appeared, and at the same time, they were very special. Similarly, space and time were also powerful constitutions. Since Lin Fei wanted to cultivate, he definitely had to cultivate the most powerful physique. He didn't think too much about those divine beast bloodlines for the time being. Even if he had that thought, Lin Fei couldn't take out divinity points to exchange for it for the time being. That was a terrifying number. Lin Fei could only suppress this thought. This matter was not urgent. I'll start with the space bloodline first. This was easier to control than the time bloodline. More importantly, as long as the bloodline became a special bloodline like the space bloodline and merged space and saber techniques, its power would become stronger. At the same time, it would also become strange. Lin Fei could imagine the power of a saber technique with the space bloodline. There weren't as many space bloodlines as Lin Fei imagined. The price was not cheap. The cheapest one cost 200,000 divinity points. After seeing the effect, Lin Fei also took a deep breath. No wonder these bloodline constitutions were so rare. Once they appeared, they were born to be the darling of space. Those who were good at the space Tao had to lower their noble heads in front of these true darlings. Space saber technique, instant teleportation, space shift. These outsiders couldn't master a series of space magical abilities. In front of the darling of space bloodline, death was nothing difficult. Now you understand the benefits of the bloodline. The little devil flew out again. Lin Fei nodded. It's really strong. If I encounter a darling of space, it might be difficult to kill him or even kill the other party. Aren't you going to snatch the divine crystals? The space bloodline physique is the most suitable for you. When the time comes, even the rulers of the 9 stars can only be helpless and use treasures to imprison you. Your saber technique isn't to be trifled with. The little devil smirked. Lin Fei had to admit this point. The space bloodline physique was the most suitable for him at the moment. Snatching the divine crystals was not a small matter, but a big matter. It was equivalent to robbing one's food. Whether it was a big family or a big sect, they would not let him go. This physique was the most suitable for him. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. He used 300,000 divinity points to exchange for the space blood essence, which was purified from a kind of space immortal beast. Coupled with time acceleration, Lin Fei used 100 years to successfully refine the blood essence and smoothly master a series of magical abilities of the space bloodline. It's worth it, it's really worth it. In a dense forest, Lin Fei came out of the void and was very satisfied. What Lin Fei used just now was instant teleportation. Instant teleportation was the most common kind of bloodline auxiliary function. It did not consume any energy to use it. It was completely relying on the power of space, which was equivalent to him being a part of it. It seemed simple, but Lin Fei was very clear that if he did not upgrade his bloodline, it would be very difficult to smoothly integrate into the space. At most, he would only be able to master a part of it. Now Lin Fei had complete control. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It took some time. Maybe they all have a lot of divine crystals in their hand. It's time for me to make a move. I have to replenish the divinity points. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Moving alone, Lin Fei did not have any scruples. Lin Fei directly moved in the void. Coupled with the devil's wings, his speed reached the limit. As long as he encountered the heaven-burning beast, Lin Fei would kill it and collect the divine crystals. However, there were not many opportunities to make a move. The heaven-burning beast seemed to have been reserved. Along the way, Lin Fei did not see the heaven-burning beast, which confirmed his guess. He reckless thing. This place is our origin returning sect's territory. How dare they barge in? These people are too arrogant. They really think that we don't know. After traveling more than 1 billion miles, Lin Fei found a dense forest guarded by sovereigns. Moreover, they were 7-star sovereigns. Lin Fei did not make a move. He swaggered over. The 7-star sovereigns did not react at all. They were still complacent and did not know that someone had entered. After entering this dense forest, Lin Fei quickly discovered that there were constant aura fluctuations in the forest. Chapter 1577. This vast area had already been reserved by someone. Lin Fei only chuckled and did not kill anyone. In his opinion, it was a waste of his talent. Lin Fei did not care about these divinity points. With so many people surrounding the heaven-burning beasts, ordinary people really can't interfere. I need to find someone to understand. Lin Fei observed for a while and had an idea. There were at least a few hundred rulers in this area. Lin Fei strolled in the void, his aura perfectly concealed. He found waves of people, but he did not find the real leader. Good chance. In a secluded place, Lin Fei found 5 rulers resting, and one of them was barbecuing meat. It's not easy to rest. These heaven-burning beasts are really hard to deal with. Yeah, if not for Milord's treasures, we would have to work a lot harder. It's hard to guarantee that we won't be killed by the heaven-burning beasts one day. Luckily, we don't need to attack the heaven-burning beasts. We just need to lure them out. The few of them spoke one after another. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. The rulers who spoke were not very strong. The strongest was only a 7-star ruler. They were all suppressed. A ray of light came crushing over, and they could only stare with wide eyes. Bang bang bang! Except for one 7-star ruler, the rest of the rulers' bodies exploded. Don't kill me! The only 7-star ruler trembled uncontrollably. He was a 7-star ruler, but he could not help but tremble in the face of this aura. The 7-star ruler chose to surrender immediately. You're quite obedient. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. You killed 4 rulers in one go. If I don't surrender, I'll die. Soul search. Lin Fei's eyes shot out a cold light that enveloped the 7-star ruler. He searched his soul and looked at the relevant memories. So, the person in charge of the god crystals and god roots in the central area is called Boundless Ruler. He's an 8-star ruler, and he has 3 8-star rulers protecting him. After the soul search, Lin Fei learned some information. Lin Fei chopped out with his saber, killing the 7-star ruler and leaving the scene. In the central region of the mountain range, the people of the Gui Yuan sect arranged for experts to reserve the entire area and hunt down heaven-burning beasts. Using the influence of the Gui Yuan sect, they managed to obtain this place. The Gui Yuan sect's 8-star sovereigns were all smiles as they obtained divine crystals every day. When the deity general stage opened, it was very difficult for them to ascend to the deity general stage. However, if they could obtain enough divine crystals, the Gui Yuan sect would be able to continue standing. This time, in order to reserve this place, they had brought their sect's treasure. There were a total of 4 late-stage 8-star sovereigns, and 30 or 48-star sovereigns. Below them, there were countless 7-star sovereigns. It was precisely because the Gui Yuan sect had so many experts that the heaven-burning beasts in this area suffered a calamity. Our Gui Yuan sect is quite lucky this time. We've hunted a total of 353 divine gems. A senfu lay in the middle of the mountain range. Within the senfu, several hegemons were gathered together. The speaker was Hegemon Boundless, the person in charge of this mission for the Origin Returning sect. He was a late-stage 8-star hegemon, and he carried one of the supreme treasures of the sect, a hegemon weapon. That's right, our luck is good. Even if we lost some manpower, it's still a great harvest compared to the divine gems. As long as we have divine gems, our Gui Yuan sect can stand for a few more chaotic years. These hegemons were all smiles. Only those who had reached their level would understand the importance of divine gems. This was also the reason why they had to clear this area. While there's still time, everyone, don't let down your guard. Who knows how many people are eyeing our divine gems? Hegemon Wuya said with a sharp gaze. They all nodded. Divine gems were too important. They should be inside the senfu. With the memories from the soul search, Lin Fei arrived at this area. He avoided all the formations and restrictions and saw a senfu. The sky above the senfu was even covered with a flight restriction formation. They're really careful. They've set up formations and restrictions everywhere. If my bloodline hadn't improved, it wouldn't have been easy for me to sneak in. Lin Fei chuckled and snuck into the senfu. Lin Fei avoided all the layers of formations and restrictions and entered the senfu. He immediately sensed the aura of an 8-star ruler. Only Lin Fei would be so bold as to sneak in so easily. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a few rulers gathered together. That's him. Lin Fei's gaze fell on one of the rulers. Hegemen Wuya. He was the temporary controller of the divine gems. From that person's memories, even the divine gems were in this person's hands. Furthermore, this person also had the sex treasure. His battle prowess might have broken through to the level of a 9-star ruler. The way Lin Fei saw it, it wasn't just an 8-star ruler, but also a 9-star ruler. As long as he paid the price, it wasn't impossible to kill him. They were discussing something. Lin Fei knew that this was a good opportunity. Lin Fei flashed behind Hegemen Wuya. Boom! A terrifying saber light filled with a tyrannical aura smashed into Hegemen Wuya. Hegemen Wuya lived up to his reputation as an expert. His heart trembled, and starlight condensed into a silvery white armor. The saber light smashed into his body. Crack, 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 crack. The saber light smashed through. Everything in the immortal abode exploded and turned into fine powder. Hegemen Wuya didn't have it easy either. He was sent flying, and his ruler battle robes had already shattered. His heart was filled with shock, and he murmured to himself, "Damn it, what's going on? Someone actually managed to sneak in? Even my divine sense can't detect them." This thought flashed through his mind. The other 3 8-star rulers all came back to their senses, and their faces fell. Someone had managed to sneak in and launch a sneak attack in the Senfu. Kill him! Boom, boom, boom! As 8-star rulers, they were even stronger than ordinary 8-star rulers. When the saber light slashed past them, their bodies were covered in blood. They were all enraged and they all attacked. Lin Fei didn't plan on killing them in a single blow. High-grade ruler battle robes. You really are rich. Let's see how many high-grade ruler battle robes you have. Lin Fei vanished, reappearing behind Hegemen Wuya. He swapped out a new ruler warblade and took out the Soul Destroyer warblade. A soul-shaking aura surged forth like a boundless ocean. Slash. 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 As soon as the top-grade ruler warblade appeared, all of the rulers coughed up blood. Their souls were instantly injured. A top-grade ruler warblade! Damn it! They immediately recognized it, and looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. Hegemen Wuya's face paled slightly. The first saber light had destroyed the high-grade ruler battle robes. When the second saber light appeared, Hegemen Wuya knew that he had encountered a powerful foe. He immediately took out his disc and blocked in front of him. Spatial Distortion. Chapter 1578. The members of the Origin returning sect were all dumbfounded. Hegemen Boundless had been teleported away by a spatial ability. He was the person in charge of the divine gems in the Origin returning sect, yet he couldn't stop a Hegemen whose cultivation level was lower than theirs. Immediately gather all the 8-star Hegemens and chase after him. We can't let anything happen to him. They were shocked, but they immediately made a decision. Chase. They had to chase after him. The distance of teleportation wouldn't be too far. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to catch up and rescue Hegemen Boundless, as well as kill that person. The area was in complete chaos. On the other side, Hegemen Boundless took out a round disc and placed it in front of him. This is spatial teleportation. Hegemen Boundless' heart trembled. Spatial abilities couldn't be blocked at all. When he reappeared, he was already in another area. You're very capable. I wonder which clan's expert you are from? Hegemen Boundless activated the round disc to protect himself. You can use spatial abilities to this extent. Spatial teleportation was one of the steps Lin Fei had arranged. With invincible defense, he needed to consume invincible point. Lin Fei would save as much as he could and teleport people out during the battle to avoid consuming invincible point. Hand over all the divine gems. Lin Fei activated the supreme quality Hegemen's soul-destroying blade. Boom, boom. Blade after blade landed on the round disc, causing ripples to spread through the sky. This is impossible. Hegemen Boundless felt immense pressure. This was the sex treasure, the clear sky shield. It had extremely powerful defense, and was the best way to stall the heaven-burning beast. After a few strikes, Hegemon Boundless realized that the opponent was extremely powerful. Since you won't hand it over, I'll do it myself. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Fei, who had mastered the Tao of space, appeared and disappeared like a ghost, slashing at Hegemon Boundless. Crack, crack, crack. The clear sky shield trembled continuously. Hegemon Boundless thought that he could rely on the shield to block the opponent. As the blades slashed at him, each blade shook the clear sky shield. Hegemon Boundless could no longer remain calm. Supreme quality Hegemon's Warblade. Wisps of soul-shaking power constantly affected Hegemon Boundless. Puppet Giants attack. Hegemon Boundless wasn't able to move at all. Not even his divine sense was able to keep track of this person's movements. Born in the Origin Returning sect, he immediately realized that this person possessed a rare bloodline. Space bloodline. His divine sense could not capture the other party's traces. In other words, how could he attack? Left with no other choice, Hegemon Boundless released a pair of golems. They were early-stage 8-star Hegemons, and they were one of Hegemon Boundless' most precious treasures. He wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. 2 black shadows rushed towards Lin Fei. Get lost! Boom boom! Lin Fei casually struck the giant puppet with his saber, sending them flying. Hand over the divine crystal, and everything will be fine. You won't have to suffer any physical pain. I'm a very negotiable person. The 2 golems charged forwards once more, but they had lost more than half of their strength. Deep saber scars could be seen on their tough bodies, causing Hegemon Boundless to be stunned yet again. This was something he had spent a great deal of money to buy. He was actually so weak. Hegemon Boundless almost suspected that he had bought a fake one. Otherwise, how could he be so weak right now? He couldn't even take a single saber strike, and was on the verge of being crippled. Sir, I am the ruler of the Origin Returning sect. If you steal the divine crystal, you will be making an enemy of the Origin Returning sect's patriarch. Once the patriarch is enraged, there will be no place for you to hide even at the ends of the earth. Hegemon Boundless was unable to extricate himself. That domineering saber technique was constantly attacking him, so he had no choice but to bring up the patriarch. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Your patriarch can't come in right now. If you don't hand over the divine crystal, the one who will die will be you. Don't even think about it. Before your people get here, I can kill you. Lin Fei slammed his saber against the disc again, interrupting all of Hegemon Boundless' thoughts. Hegemon Boundless knew that if this continued, his clear sky shield wouldn't be able to block his opponent's saber technique. This person's saber technique was simply too domineering. The Tao of space could appear and disappear mysteriously. There was no way he could deal with such an enemy. Do I really have to hand it over? Boom boom boom! Another dozen or so saber strikes came, and cracks appeared on the clear sky shield, one after another. If nothing unexpected happened, his shield would definitely be broken in less than 10 strikes. Having cultivated to this point, Hegemon Boundless was unwilling to die just like that. However, he just had to encounter such a powerful enemy. This saber technique came one strike after another, and every strike had the power of an 8-star dominator. How could he fight? Hegemon Boundless still had trump cards with terrifying power, but he wasn't confident that he could seriously injure his opponent. Sir, since you want the divine crystal, you should at least leave your name so that I can answer to the patriarch. Hegemon Boundless said through gritted teeth. Windcloud Clan, Traceless Windcloud. Lin Fei threw out a name. Hegemon Boundless threw out a storage ring. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine senses and saw that there were more than 300 divine crystals inside. That was about 3 million divinity points. Awesome! Lin Fei exchanged for all the divine crystals. As the divinity points increased, Lin Fei felt as comfortable as if he had eaten honey. I hope we'll meet again next time. I'm leaving. Don't send me off. I don't like this kind of thing. Lin Fei laughed and flashed into the void. Traceless wind cloud. As soon as the enemy retreated, Hegemon Boundless immediately sent out his divine sense to search the area, but the enemy had already disappeared without a trace. Hegemon Boundless' face tightened several times. Windcloud Clan, Windcloud Traceless. Hegemon Boundless sighed. When he saw the cracks on the clear sky shield, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was a fine defensive treasure, but now it had less than 20% of its original power. My lord! Not long after, the troops of the Gui Yuan sect arrived. Upon seeing that Hegemon Boundless was fine, they all let out sighs of relief. Where is he? Sir, are you all right? The sovereigns immediately asked. It was good that he was fine. Hegemon Boundless let out a bitter laugh. I'm fine, but the god crystals we collected for the patriarch were stolen. The sovereigns who had come with him all stared with wide eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Hegemon Boundless hadn't said it himself, they would have suspected that they had misheard. Someone had actually stolen all the god crystals from Hegemon Boundless' hands? Then wasn't this person incredibly powerful? This person left behind a name, Traceless Windcloud. I wonder if anyone knows his name. Hegemon Boundless wanted to know this person's background. The crowd fell silent for a moment. I know of Traceless Windcloud. He's from the Windcloud clan of the Yellow Springs Weave. He used to be a 5-star sovereign, but his combat strength is extremely powerful. He can often kill people above his cultivation level. He used to roam everywhere, stealing the deity roots of the various clans. A few days ago, the Windcloud clan was wiped out. Chapter 1579. Boom boom boom. In another region of the Divine Mountain, in a dense forest, 3 8-star sovereigns were attacking a black-robed young man. All sorts of treasures were bombarding his body. Hand over the god crystals, or die. The black-robed man growled. In front of the black-robed man was another 8-star sovereign. He was activating a defensive treasure, his expression extremely unnatural. Windcloud, we are... Boom boom boom. In an instant, over 100 blades descended. The voice stopped. A pile of fragments exploded, including a storage ring. I told you to hand it over so you could live. It's too late now. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Once the storage ring was in his opponent's hand, the black-robed man disappeared into the void without a trace. Similar incidents kept happening on the Divine Mountain. Traceless Windcloud's name continued to spread. All the major forces on the Divine Mountain went from not knowing him to disdain. Now, they looked at each other and remembered Windcloud from the Yellow Springs Weave. He kept robbing the god crystals of the top clans and sections. What? The Murong family was robbed too? This Traceless Windcloud is truly audacious. How many great clans has he offended? I heard he robbed more than 100 god crystals from the Murong family. The sovereigns kept talking about this topic. Windcloud appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Rumor had it that he was born with a spatial bloodline. He could come and go without a trace. It was impossible to guard against him. No matter which clan was targeted, they could not come up with a proper solution. The most terrifying thing was that he was only a 6-star sovereign. His true combat power could threaten an 8-star sovereign. There were also rumors that he cultivated a god-tier cultivation technique and robbed god crystals to use it. Nobody believed this rumor. God-tier cultivation techniques were extremely difficult to learn. Even a chaos year might not be enough to learn them. Everyone believed that Windcloud only knew one powerful saber technique. God-tier cultivation technique? Far from it. After more than a dozen sects and clans were robbed, nobody dared to underestimate this Windcloud anymore. These sects were constantly searching for Windcloud. They wanted to kill him on the spot and take back the god crystals. According to incomplete statistics, he had at least 3,000 god crystals. This news made everyone unable to remain calm. The fact that a junior possessed so many divine crystals was equivalent to a moving treasury. None of the organizations that had monopolized the divine mountains could remain calm. While everyone was searching for Traceless Windcloud, suddenly, he realized that the person was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The people who had suffered at Windcloud Traceless hands were all dumbfounded. How could that person suddenly disappear? No matter how they searched, it was as if he had vanished. After searching for a month, they had no choice but to temporarily stop searching. At this moment, Lin Fei was in seclusion refining the time bloodline. After snatching more than 3,700 divine crystals in a row, Lin Fei paid less than 500,000 divinity points. It could be said that the rate of return was unusually high. After robbing more than 10 sects and clans, Lin Fei obtained more than 30 million divinity points. This allowed Lin Fei to step into the level of a great landlord. The time bloodline had also become Lin Fei's latest target. After using more than a month, Lin Fei refined the time bloodline, which was equivalent to mastering the two powerful bloodlines of space and time. These two bloodlines are really rare. Once the time bloodline was formed, Lin Fei easily mastered time stop. This was much stronger than the eternal immortal emperor's eternal Xana, and it was more perfect when used. Slow down. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Time began to slow down. The time bloodline is ultimately not easy to master. Now that I can only master time stop, its power has increased greatly. It's like I have another trump card. Snatching divine crystals will become even easier. Lin Fei came out of seclusion. He chose a sky-burning beast as his target. With time stop, he could stop the sky-burning beast for 10 breaths of time. Lin Fei followed up with another saber strike, killing the sky-burning beast. Not bad, not bad. Against those 8-star sovereigns, I can stop them for 3 to 5 breaths of time. As for me, my saber art also incorporates the Tao of time and Tao of space. After successfully refining the two bloodlines, even if Lin Fei did not use a god-tier cultivation technique, his saber art still contained the power of two great Taos. When the saber struck, space became chaotic, making it impossible to catch a trace. This was not something that anyone could look down on. The Tao of time suppressed the opponent, causing the opponent's attacks and movements to slow down. This level of saber art could only be achieved with the ruler's war saber, which had the attribute of time. It could be said that Lin Fei's saber art had improved by a large margin. This improvement was not something that just anyone could achieve. Perhaps it would be difficult to achieve in a lifetime. The advantage of a bloodline is indeed powerful. Boom. Lin Fei casually slashed at a tree. Space became chaotic, and the saber, which had originally been straight, was now behind the tree. It was truly unexpected. The time and space bloodlines are rare bloodlines. Now you realize the benefits of a bloodline, the little devil said proudly. However, this kind of bloodline is not considered too high level. If you encounter a higher level bloodline, it can easily resist the power of your bloodline. Lin Fei nodded to indicate that he understood. Another half a month passed. Lin Fei cultivated every day, becoming more and more familiar with the Tao of time and space. By the time Lin Fei wandered through the dense forest again, almost 2 months had passed since the last time. I trust that by now they should have even more divinity crystals. There should be many more people near the summit. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lin Fei was extremely familiar with the region below him. Hegemon Boundless was still in this region. After what had happened last time, Hegemon Boundless had originally believed that they were the only ones suffering. However, as more and more people began to suffer, Hegemon Boundless felt a bit better. I'm the one suffering, you're the one suffering. That's only fair. Having over 300 divinity crystals stolen away, Hegemon Boundless naturally felt terrible. However, he just couldn't do anything to that fellow. Even his clear sky shield had almost been destroyed, causing him to feel heartache for quite some time. Right now, Hegemon Boundless was surrounded by more than 10 8-star rulers. Boom! Hegemon Boundless was wondering if he should move to a different location. The surrounding space suddenly became chaotic, and layers of space began to shift. Hegemon Boundless was in a different space, unable to sense the outside world. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Long time no see. Lin Fei emerged from the chaotic space. It's you. You still dare to come? Hegemon Boundless pulled out a pair of black boxing gloves. 2 gusts of black wind blasted towards Traceless Windcloud, not giving him any chance to attack. I want divinity crystals. Chapter 1580. Once again, Hegemon Boundless was defeated. Compared to the previous time, Hegemon Boundless was defeated even faster. He could not block a single attack from his opponent and was severely injured. He had no choice but to hand over the divine crystals he had collected. Shameless bastard! Spatial chaos rained down. The 8-star Hegemon protecting Hegemon Boundless emerged from the chaos and heard the scene he was most unwilling to hear. Goddamn Windcloud! This guy is too evil. He actually turned around and attacked us. They had heard of Windcloud's name before. They had never fought him before. They only knew that he was strong, but they did not expect him to be this strong. One move had caused them to fall into spatial chaos. Not only that, but the spatial chaos also contained the Tao of Time, which slowed down their reactions. Hegemon Boundless looked helpless. He had been robbed once, but he did not expect to be robbed again. The people around him could not be of any use, and they were immediately caught in the spatial chaos. We still underestimated Windcloud. I wonder how much more trouble he will cause. Hegemon Boundless sighed softly. Sir, should we inform the other sects so that they can guard against Windcloud? Hegemon Boundless asked softly. Can we defend against him? He had mastered the Tao of space and Tao of time. There was no way to defend against him. Windcloud's name, after disappearing for a short while, spread once again. His infamy was even greater than before, and he robbed all the sects and forces he had robbed before. If the first time was anger, then the second time was anger. They had worked so hard for nothing. How could they accept this result? The Divine Mountain's range was limited. Dividing up the regions was something that had been discussed long ago. The number of sky-burning beasts was also limited. They had suffered one after another, and the number of divine crystals they could obtain could be counted on one's fingers. Now that they had all been robbed, it was equivalent to killing one's parents and robbing one's wealth. The name Windcloud was firmly etched in people's minds. In the middle region of the Divine Mountain, beside a blue lake, the originally peaceful place was now filled with auras. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that these people were all targets of robbery, and they were all gathered together. Their target was the same: to deal with the shameless Windcloud. After robbing them the second time, Windcloud had no less than 5,000 divine crystals. This was a huge sum that would tempt anyone. The Windcloud clan is truly shameless. This Windcloud Traceless is even more shameless. Doesn't he know that his actions will cause public outrage? That fellow Windcloud Traceless had better not fall into my hands. I will definitely make him regret it. Everyone knows how to talk tough. The way I see it, finding that bastard Traceless Windcloud is the key. More than 100 8-star sovereigns were gathered at the lakeside. Now that Traceless Windcloud's name was mentioned, no one could remain calm. All of them were filled with killing intent. The great sects and powers of the territories had never been robbed 2 or 3 times in a row. They could even do something like turning back, but they had been robbed time and time again. A few of the highly respected 8-star sovereigns could not take this lying down. They took the lead and gathered everyone to discuss how to deal with Traceless Windcloud. Originally, some sects had conflicts with each other. At this moment, everyone had given up on the idea of dealing with Traceless Windcloud. The person was not important. What was important was the 5,000 divine crystals. If anyone could eat them all, the benefits they would reap would be unimaginable. I heard that Traceless Windcloud has a god-tier cultivation technique. Does anyone know about this? I know about this. Traceless Windcloud once fought with an expert and snatched the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven's Severing Palm. After that, someone surrounded the Windcloud clan. Unfortunately, they did not find the cultivation technique. It seems that the kid is preparing to cultivate the god-tier cultivation technique, Heaven's Severing Palm. If he is lucky enough to cultivate it, with the support of over 5,000 divine crystals, even the patriarch will have to be wary of him. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. When that time came, Traceless Windcloud would not be able to do whatever he wanted. Lin Fei did not know that the people he robbed were now working together to find him. After killing them and turning back, he obtained over 1,000 divine crystals. It was not a small harvest. Lin Fei's divinity points also quickly broke through 50 million points. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this number. There shouldn't be any divine crystals left in the middle layer. I can change to another place and head for the upper layer. I believe that place will give me even more divine crystals. Lin Fei had a simple division of the sacred mountain. This place was divided into 3 regions: upper, middle, and lower. The lower region was the outer region. The middle region was where the heaven-burning beast resided. The upper region was actually the region closest to the divine general dais. After it, the heaven-burning beast is injured. We can't let it escape. Within a dense forest, a heaven-burning beast was rampaging through the forest, and a group of people was chasing it from behind. The result was very obvious. The heaven-burning beast was surrounded and attacked by over 10 people, dropping a divine crystal. The person who seemed to be the leader of the group was dressed like a scholar, and his body emanated a scholarly aura. Senior Apprentice Brother Whitey's move is amazing. Of course. He trapped the heaven-burning beast with a single move. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken us. The scholarly youth's name was Hegemon Whiteflower. He came from a large sect in a territory, and although he looked quite young, he had cultivated for over 10 chaos years. He was now an early 8-star hegemon, and he had been ordered to hunt heaven-burning beasts in this region. You'll learn this move of mine sooner or later. Don't be jealous. Although Hegemon Whiteflower said this, he still looked quite pleased with himself. He had been able to display his strength in front of his junior apprentice brothers and earn their adoring gazes. Senior Apprentice Brother Whiteflower, I heard that someone has already made it onto the divine general dais. I heard that the geniuses of the younger generation have all begun to challenge the divine general dais. Is that true? Should we go take a look as well? Hegemon Whiteflower couldn't help but feel excited when he heard about the divine general dais. However, a moment later, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. You guys are quite well informed. There are indeed people who have begun to challenge the divine general dais, such as Hegemon Su Feng and Hegemon Brahma. However, I must warn you that this region has already been locked down. If anyone tries to force their way in, they'll be killed on the spot. Someone in the group immediately grew unhappy. Fuck. Who's so strong that they locked down that region? I want to go take a look and see how many experts there are. Chapter 1581. Traceless Windcloud, you won't be able to escape. Hand over all the divine crystals you have. Hand over your cultivation method. We've prepared for a long time to deal with you, Traceless Windcloud. We even set up a space ceiling formation around us. Near the upper regions, this was the place for the exchange. At this moment, numerous powerful auras appeared. A heaven-burning beast had just emerged from a dense forest when it was attacked by countless sovereigns, leaving behind a divine crystal. Even the heaven-burning beast did not know why it had been attacked by so many sovereigns, but it had been instantly killed. These sovereigns were all 8-star sovereigns. All 4 directions were 8-star sovereigns. These 8-star sovereigns focused on the black-robed man in the center. Traceless Windcloud, who had caused them to lose face. In order to deal with Traceless Windcloud, they had joined forces and paid a heavy price to find his location, then set up a trap to trap him. This time, they didn't attack 7-star sovereigns. This person was simply too powerful. If he killed an ordinary 7-star sovereign, it would be a wasted loss. If they wanted to deal with Traceless Windcloud, they had to have the combat power of an 8-star sovereign. Traceless Windcloud, we meet again. You didn't expect this, did you? Sovereign boundless eyes flashed as he stared at the distant black-robed man. This was the person who had caused him to fall at Traceless Windcloud's hands twice. If he hadn't handed over the God Crystal, he probably would have died many times over. Sovereign Boundless believed that he wasn't the only one. Most of the people present had experienced the same thing. Lin Fei had been very careful, but he had still been surrounded. Now that he had mastered the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, Lin Fei didn't care about the space ceiling formation. It was very easy for him to break it. That's right. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. I wonder how many God crystals you've collected? Don't make me work for nothing. Lin Fei laughed. Traceless Windcloud, don't you know what kind of situation you're in? Another sovereign jumped out. This was also the sovereign that Lin Fei had robbed. Lin Fei didn't care. He said calmly, "What kind of situation? With just the few of you?" Although there were many sovereigns in front of him, and they were all 8-star sovereigns, Lin Fei didn't care. Lin Fei's words gave them a big fright. They were all 8-star sovereigns. When had they ever met someone who dared to speak so viciously? Furthermore, it was clear from the other party's words that he was looking down on them. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Since I dared to snatch your divine essences, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei snorted and pointed at a few of the juggernauts. You and you. Do you believe that I'll be the first to get rid of you later? With the defensive armor you're wearing, I can finish you off in a few slashes. If you don't believe me, feel free to try me. The sovereigns who had been named had all suffered greatly at the hands of Lin Fei. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had been kind enough to let them go, they would have long since died in the forest. When they heard this, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly, but they couldn't deny it. Traceless Windcloud, you're too full of yourself. That's right. We have over 100 8-star martial sovereigns on our side. I'm afraid you'll be killed by us before you can even make a move. You've already fallen into our trap. Do you still think you can fly? The sovereigns were enraged. Who would be able to keep their pride after being robbed by a reserve? They had thought that by surrounding Traceless Windcloud, he would have to bow his head no matter what. Contrary to their expectations, however, Traceless Windcloud was a prick who didn't care about them at all. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Even an 8-star martial sovereign was fearless? Did Traceless Windcloud really think that he could dominate the world just because he had mastered a deity-class technique? Let's not waste any more words with him. He might be notifying someone else. Let's take down Traceless Windcloud first and split his divine essences. Everyone agreed with these words. Attack. This time, the 8-star martial sovereigns attacked with a completely different aura. All of them were 8-star martial sovereigns. The commotion here was simply too great. A single 8-star martial sovereign would have been fine, but now there were over 100 of them. Everyone nearby could sense the commotion coming from them. Senior Apprentice Brother White, something's happening over there. Hegeman Baihua's group was searching for the heaven-burning beasts when they suddenly sensed a ripple coming from a certain direction. Can it be that someone is hunting the heaven-burning beasts? This commotion is too great. Even my heart is thumping. Can it be that a major organization is making a move? Everyone began to chatter amongst themselves. Hegeman Baihua could sense that the commotion was even louder than he had imagined. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. This was the upper echelon region. The lower-level organizations wouldn't dare to rashly come here. Hegemen Baihua felt the need to go take a look. After tossing out these words, he flew in that direction. The closer he got to the location, the more serious a look appeared on Hegemen Baihua's face. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Good heavens! So many 8-star martial sovereigns are attacking a single person. A short while later, Hegemen Baihua arrived within a dense forest and saw an inconceivable sight. If it was just 10 plus 8-star martial sovereigns, this wouldn't be too surprising. But this was a completely different matter. A 6-star Hegemen? Hegemen Baihua suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Since when had a 6-star Hegemen been worthy of so many 8-star Hegemens attacking him? This was completely different from what he had imagined. This speed, this saber art. Hegemen Baihua suddenly had an idea. An 8-star Hegemen had perished within the group of attackers. The 8-star Hegemen was completely unharmed. He was constantly moving about, constantly dodging the attacks while appearing behind the Hegemens, sending the 8-star Hegemens flying with each strike of his saber. Hey, why does this person look so familiar? Hegemen Baihua's jaw dropped. This 6-star Hegemen was definitely a supreme genius who could kill enemies at a higher level as easily as drinking water. His saber arts, in particular, were so powerful that even 8-star Hegemens would have to use their full power to defend against them. After this battle, Hegemen Baihua felt that the black-robed man looked rather familiar. Can it be him? Hegemen Baihua's body trembled. If this person really was that person, then this was definitely a major event. This trip had been worth it. He had actually discovered this person. If he told the main sect, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a high-ranking official within the sect. I didn't expect this person to be as powerful as the legends say. That's more than 100 8-star Hegemens, but they were unable to do anything to him. I really wonder what he did. Right, I think I heard something about god gems. If it wasn't for the fact that he had heard this news, Hegemen Baihua would have almost forgotten about this person. I have to notify the main sect right away. Hegemen Baihua took out a message talisman and sent the message over, then hid himself within the forest. Chapter 1583. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, golden mist permeated the surroundings, and black platforms could be seen indistinctly. No one could see through them, and the divine light they emitted made it so that no one dared to underestimate them. There were countless similar platforms as far as the eye could see. Most of them were hidden in the golden mist. Apart from the outermost ones, the rest of the platforms formed a stairway to the heavens. At the end of the golden mist was a glorious golden stone platform. The golden stone platform was surrounded by a golden mist. Apart from that, there were also many divine patterns moving around the golden stone platform, transforming into many beautiful immortal realms. The golden stone platform seemed to be very close to them, but the top-tier powerhouses all knew that this golden stone platform was no longer in this space. Instead, it was moving between millions or even tens of millions of spaces. Even powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space would not be able to calculate its exact location in a short period of time. If they could, the golden stone platform would not be here. Not only that, but the black stone platform below was also moving through space without anyone noticing. A terrifying power enveloped it. When the great Tao of space was activated, not even divine sense could detect its every movement. This was the divine general platform that everyone paid so much attention to. These stone platforms were a test. Whoever could reach the top of the golden stone platform would be the final winner. Unfortunately, no one knew what was at the top of the golden stone platform. It wasn't that no powerhouses had tried to explore it, but as soon as they approached the stone platform, they would be lost in the endless space. No one had ever returned, including powerhouses skilled in the Tao of space. After that, no one had ever tried to explore it. At the peak of the mountain, the people of the 8 great sects had already taken control of this place. They were one of the top sects in the endless territories, and some sects would take millions of years just to get to their sect. Many of the sects had heard of each other's names, but it was still relatively rare for them to actually gather together. Apart from the 8 great sects, representatives of the superpowers that shook the entire universe had also appeared here. Even the people of the 8 great sects had to be courteous to them. After all, they had super weapons in their hand. One of the stone platforms in the endless space suddenly lit up with a beam of light, like a blooming firework. Good, well done. Cheers rang out from one of the regions on the mountain. Everyone was used to this kind of situation. Primordial Heavenly Demon Sect's thoughtless ruler is really nimble. In such a short time, she broke through another spiritual pedestal stage. Her strength is going to improve greatly again. No matter how fast he is, he can't be compared to the few before him. Even if he can't ascend the divine general platform and obtain the supreme inheritance, he will still be a super overlord level expert in the future. In the area where the primeval demon sect was located, Senfu statues were erected at the peak of the mountain. In one of the largest Senfu, rays of light shot into the sky. There were 7 or 8 people gathered together, all of them exuding a heavy aura like a towering mountain. The primordial demon sect was a powerful sect in the endless territories. Wunyan is improving very quickly. This time, we will definitely obtain the qualifications to become a divine general. As long as Wunyan becomes an immortal general, even if she becomes a partial immortal general, our primeval heavenly demons will have a messenger to communicate with the upper world, and we can get the support of the primeval heavenly demon sect in the upper world. At that time, we can continue to expand our power in the territory. In the great hall of the Senfu, demonic aura shot into the sky, and the rulers were all smiles. Wu Nian was the most talented child in the primeval heavenly demon sect. She was born with a noble bloodline, and when she was born, there was a phenomenon in heaven and earth. Her cultivation speed was twice as fast, and breaking through realms was as easy as drinking water. Now, she was already an 8-star ruler, and her battle prowess could already fight 9-star rulers. In the endless territories, she was also known as one of the 10 great young masters. Any one of the 10 princes could exchange blows with a 9-star sovereign. In fact, they could even kill a 9-star sovereign. None of them were weak. Let's not celebrate too early. Wu Nian is not bad, but this time, it's not just our primeval heavenly demon sect. The geniuses of other sects are also gathered on the divine platform, such as the recently risen Brahmin, Su Feng, Gui Doxing, and so on. Let's not talk about them. The other 10 great young masters are not to be trifled with. The great hall of the Senfu quieted down, and everyone was deep in thought. On the divine platform, there were people constantly advancing, attracting rays of light and causing quite a commotion. Those who could advance on the divine platform were all peerless geniuses without exception. They were famous in the endless territories, and every one of them had extraordinary battle prowess. The Heaven Illusionary Gate. It was a first-rate sect in the endless territories. As long as there weren't any major problems, it was only a matter of time before they became top-rate sections. Their foundations were also very strong, and they had a chance of becoming top-rate sections. Old Su, you've lost. Our clan's Wan Fu will go first. The ruler referred to as Old Su was an old man dressed in a silver-gray Taoist robe. His body flowed with a vast aura, but his expression was a bit unnatural. Haha, going first might not guarantee that you'll be able to maintain your advantage. Until the very last moment, who would dare say that they're the final victor? Don't forget, the 10 great young masters are in front of us, and they're not people we can easily deal with. If we run into them, Su Wu said unhurriedly. As soon as he said this, the old man's expression became serious. No one dared to underestimate the reputation of the 10 great young masters. No wonder old Su had thrown out such a sentence. There was no way to retort. After all, no one could deny the strength of the 10 great young masters. Whether it was in terms of bloodline or personal strength, they were all peerless existences in the endless territories. Countless people had tried to challenge their positions, but no one had ever been able to replace them. He. The ruler could only laugh dryly. Su Wu was just about to speak when he finally managed to retort. His expression changed slightly, but then returned to normal. I have some matters to attend to today, so I'll be leaving first. We'll talk about this another day. He then disappeared into the senfu. Strange. Didn't old Su not say anything the last time he caught me? Why is he so nice today? The ruler was puzzled. Within a secret room in the Great Void Gate, there were a few rulers sitting cross-legged inside, all of them 8-star rulers. At the peak of the mountain, anyone who wasn't an 8-star ruler would have been chased off a long time ago. Space rippled, and Su Wu appeared in the secret room. Elder Su! Elder Su! The rulers all rose to their feet. Are you sure about what you just said? Su Wu's voice carried a hint of excitement. If it was true, anyone would be excited. That kid Bai Hua wouldn't randomly say something like that. It should be true. Chapter 1584. A major event. A truly major event. This was the reason why Hegemon Void Noon had hurriedly returned. That astonishing piece of news, that astonishing person, had actually appeared at the border between the upper and middle regions, and he seemed to be under attack. That person was in control of a battle fort. In this day and age, which of the supreme hegemons didn't possess such terrifying power because they were in control of a supreme weapon like a battle fort? And how many people didn't want to become a supreme hegemon? Becoming a supreme hegemon would result in limitless expansion of power and dominance. Thoughts were just thoughts. No one had ever become a supreme hegemon. There were only so many battle forts, and they were all in the hands of the supreme hegemons. Trying to take them from them was like trying to steal food from the jaws of a tiger. A few ambitious fellows had tried to attack, but they had all been killed by the supreme weapon. Since then, no one had dared to even think about it. When Hegemon Void Noon saw this news, he couldn't help but feel stunned. The battle fort had appeared again. This time, it wasn't in the hands of a supreme hegemon, it was in the hands of an unremarkable hegemon. This was undoubtedly good news. And now, the Void Sky Gate was the only one who knew of this news. This was their greatest advantage. As a first-rate sect in a territory, the Void Sky Gate had many disciples. When news of a battle fort appeared in a certain sky city, the other first-rate sects all turned up their noses in disdain. Battle forts weren't cabbages that could be found on the street. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. The Void Sky Gate wasn't too sure if the other sects were upset or not, but they did pay attention and sent people to investigate. They had at least learned something. Anyone who came to the God Mountains, as long as they had a certain status, would know about this matter. The Void Sky Gate had sent people to investigate, but that didn't mean they would definitely find the culprit. They knew very well how dangerous the God Mountains were. Any random heaven-burning beast could kill a 5-star hegemon, and it was entirely possible that the hegemon would be killed by a heaven-burning beast. Who would have thought that they would receive news at a time like this? Hegemon Void Noon knew of Hegemon Whiteflower. He was a hegemon with decent potential. In the future, he might even become a hegemon of the 9 stars and become one of the pillars of the sect. Whiteflower also said that this kid's combat prowess is absolutely monstrous. He was able to fight against over 108 stars hegemons by himself. When he left, they had just started fighting. We don't really know what's going on. If we want to take him down, this is definitely a good opportunity. Hegemon Whiteflower's master, Hegemon Whiteflower's guide. Is there really such a freak? Wouldn't that be comparable to the 10 young masters? The 10 young masters were born with noble bloodlines, that's why they have such strength. Could that person also be born with noble bloodlines? They obviously didn't believe it. The Void Noon hegemon was slightly startled as well. This news was more or less the same as what he had heard. That person was very powerful, but not to this extent. Silence. Hegemon Void Noon snorted unhappily. It's not that there aren't people like the 10 great young masters, but they won't appear so easily. Now that the opportunity has come, the few of you follow me and observe. Hegemon Void Noon was just a peak 8-star hegemon. He was on the same level as the others on the Divine Mountain, and his combat power was far inferior to theirs. Plus, this was no small matter. If they gathered all of their forces, there might not even be 100 hegemons present. If they really did bring people over, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't attract the attention of others. At that time, it would be difficult to hide the news, and it would be even more difficult to take advantage of them. The few elders of the Heavenly Illusionary Gate quietly left the upper region. Hegemon Baihua continued to watch from within the void. At first, Hegemon Baihua didn't believe that the black-robed hegemon would be able to hold on. These were more than 100 8-star hegemons, after all, and it seemed as though they had come prepared. The black-robed hegemon was only a 6-star hegemon. No matter how powerful he was, could he possibly be a match for the 10 great young masters? Hegemon Baihua absolutely didn't believe it. Bloodlines similar to the 10 great young masters were incredibly rare in the entire Chaos territory. Hegemon Baihua's only hope was that the elders would hurry over. Regardless of whether or not this person was a 9-star hegemon, as long as there was even the slightest chance, he wouldn't let it go. He had to capture him. But as time went on, Hegemon Baihua's jaw dropped. In his mind, the only word he could think of was monster. Hegemon Boundless, are you regretting your decision now? Right now, a black blur was striking out at Hegemon Boundless with one saber strike after another. Saber light flashed everywhere, and Hegemon Boundless was beaten into a sorry state. Countless pieces of his Hegemon armor had been destroyed. Hegemon Boundless' heart was as cold as ice. I lost. I still lost in the end. The power of each saber strike was vastly different from last time, and it stabbed into his heart. This time, each saber strike was infused with the power of both space and time, causing his movements to slow down. How could Hegemon Boundless not be defeated? Windcloud Traceless actually mastered both the Tao of space and the Tao of time in such a short period of time? What the hell? Hegemon Boundless cursed bitterly to himself. He hadn't forgotten what had happened in their last battle, and now he was shocked yet again. His attacks were all sucked into the chaotic space. This was the equivalent of having no power at all. This was why hegemons who mastered the Tao of space were so terrifyingly powerful. Your attacks weren't able to do any damage to them at all. Before you could even land a blow, you would be exiled. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Although Hegemon Boundless hadn't been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, it was still quite taxing for him. More importantly, why was Hegemon Boundless attacking him when there were so many people around him? Take out everything you have on you, and you can F***ck off. Lin Fei laughed. I'm not trying to bully you. All I can say is that you don't know what's good for you and insist on making trouble for me. Only after mastering the Grand Tao of space and the Grand Tao of time did Lin Fei understand the benefits of these two Grand Taos. For example, right now, the attacks of the other hegemons were directly banished away. When 100% of their power landed on Lin Fei, only 20% of it remained. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, it was blocked by his armor. Lin Fei was completely unharmed. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had killed more than 28-star hegemons, all of whom had spoken rudely to him earlier. He didn't show any mercy when killing hegemons like this. Hegemon Boundless truly hadn't expected that after allying with so many people, this would be the result. Those hegemons who had looked down on him earlier had all perished. He could be considered lucky that he hadn't been killed on the spot. Hand over everything he had on him? This would normally be impossible, but Hegemon Boundless had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Even if his heart was bleeding. Is there no chance for discussion? Either you die or you hand over everything. You have two choices. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again, throwing down his only option. The same goes for you guys. Killing them would be letting them off too easily. The hegemons all felt bitter. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Chapter 1585. No matter what, they had still lost. When the 8-star hegemon saw the bedraggled hegemon Boundless, he couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness. Fight? They couldn't even break through their defenses. What the hell was there to fight? Didn't they see so many sovereigns being killed? Killing 8-star sovereigns was as easy as eating a meal for them. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know which of the two choices Windcloud had thrown out. They just had to pay up some treasures and keep their lives. They had all suffered at the hands of this man before. At the very least, he was someone who kept his promises. He had not been killed for handing over the divine crystals. That was already good enough. However, some of them weren't too happy about it. Why should they hand over everything they had? Windcloud, you are indeed very powerful. You have the qualifications to catch up to the 10 princes. There are so many of us. Do you think you can kill us one by one? Windcloud, just because we can't take you down today doesn't mean others can't. Let's see what you can do when so many of us leave together. These sovereigns were unwilling to hand over their treasures. Of the remaining sovereigns, not all of them were willing to hand over their treasures, even though Windcloud was very powerful. If they didn't hand over their treasures, Windcloud wouldn't be able to wipe them all out. If they had the strength, they would have long since ascended the divine general platform. It was unknown who suggested that they leave. 30-odd sovereigns shot out. This was a show for Windcloud to see how many of them he could stop. If he couldn't stop them, the remaining sovereigns wouldn't obediently hand over their treasures. Windcloud's choice would undoubtedly become a joke. Hegemon Boundless was the happiest. He handed over all his treasures. Aside from his battle suit and his pair of gloves, he had nothing else on him. He had never fought Windcloud before, so he didn't know how powerful he was. Hegemon Boundless knew just how strong Windcloud Traceless was. If Windcloud Traceless wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. However, Windcloud Traceless had repeatedly tried to steal from Hegemon Boundless, and each time, Hegemon Boundless suffered a crushing defeat. For the sake of survival, Hegemon Boundless reluctantly handed over his treasures. Taoist Boundless, you're really not bad. I like good people like you. You're not like those arrogant bastards. Lin Fei looked at them with a hint of mockery. Good people? Hegemon Boundless let out a bitter laugh. Since when did I become a good person? If it wasn't for the fact that you're stronger than me, who would be willing to hand over the treasures on me? They're out of luck. Hegemon Boundless silently told himself that he would rather hand over the treasures than oppose them. He had never doubted his own judgment. This was also the reason why he had been able to survive until now. Apart from the 10-odd sovereigns who handed over their treasures, the remaining sovereigns were all watching from the sidelines. If he could avoid handing over the treasures, he definitely wouldn't. As long as they could escape, they would chase after them without hesitation. When that time came, no matter how powerful Windcloud Traceless was, he would be helpless. What a good plan you all have. Putting aside the fact that you surrounded me, Traceless Windcloud, you even dare to ignore my words. Since I'm giving you a choice, don't blame me for what happens next. Whoosh! Lin Fei sneered and disappeared in front of everyone. The divine senses of the hegemons couldn't detect any traces of this person. It was as though he had completely disappeared. It was this strange concealment technique again. Just now, it seemed like you were the one who caused the most trouble. Off in the distance, someone appeared in the air above a hegemon. They all recognized this hegemon, a mid-stage 8-star hegemon named Cui Hai. He was an elder of the sect, and they hadn't expected that Traceless Windcloud would be the first to catch up to him. Sure kill seal. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a square-shaped seal smashed down from the skies. A desolate aura emanated from it, causing everyone to tremble. The seal smashed against Hegemon Chui Hai. Crack, crack, crack. Everyone watched as the Hegemon Chui Hai, who had caused a ruckus, was smashed into smithereens by the seal. It had only been a single attack. Whoosh. Next, a saber light flashed out, and Hegemon Chui Hai's aura completely vanished. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This technique was simply too brutal. A single seal had been enough to kill an 8-star Hegemon. If this technique had been used just now, how many of the people present would have been able to survive? Swoosh. Swoosh. Lin Fei once more entered the void, appearing next to a Hegemon. He first attacked with the sure kill seal, then used his saber arts to crush everything in their path. In a short period of time, all of the Hegemons who had tried to flee during the chaos had been killed by Lin Fei. Their interspatial rings had become Lin Fei's spoils of war. The Hegemon who had been preparing to flee during the chaos had his back covered with cold sweat. He was inwardly rejoicing that he hadn't left yet. Compared to death, he would simply have to hand over his treasures. As long as he was alive, he would have his treasures sooner or later. But if he died, he would truly lose everything. Only now did they realize how insignificant they were. A mighty 8-star Hegemon was nothing in front of Traceless Windcloud. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Didn't he see those unlucky bastards? We're willing to hand over our treasures. Me too. With those unlucky bastards in the lead, the others all readily handed over their treasures. Just as Lin Fei had promised, so long as they handed over their treasures, they could leave. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the divinity points obtained from killing 8-star Hegemons. Now that he had a large amount of divinity points, he didn't really care about these mosquito meat. In a short period of time, all of their treasures were in Lin Fei's hands. What a fellow! He had so many divinity crystals. These Hegemons all had divinity crystals on them. In an instant, Lin Fei had over 200 divinity crystals on him. This was equivalent to over 2 million divinity points, or perhaps even 3 million. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed when he saw how diligently Hegemon Windcloud was handing over his divinity points. Taoist Boundless, please wait a moment. Hegemon Boundless had always wanted to leave, but he had been locked onto by Feng Lin's gaze, so he didn't dare to leave. Taoist Windcloud, there's something I need. Faced with this monster, Hegemon Boundless temporarily lost all thoughts of revenge. Unless the sex experts made a move, and they had to be 9 stars Hegemons at that, they would have a chance of capturing Feng Lin. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Let me borrow your memories for a bit. Lin Fei's power enveloped Hegemon Boundless as he soul-searched him. Hegemon Boundless could only allow himself to be soul-searched. He couldn't resist at all. You cooperated well. Here are 10 divinity crystals. I believe they will be useful to you. Lin Fei tossed over 10 divinity crystals. Fortunately, everyone had already left. Of course they would be useful. As long as he had the divinity crystals, he could make up for his losses. If there are such good things in the future, you can inform me. I won't forget to reward you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Hegemon Boundless shuddered. You've already robbed me once. Who would dare to come up and be robbed by you in the future? However, he still said, Taoist, don't worry. If there are such things in the future, I'll definitely inform you first. Alright, you can go now.